purposes, it becomes black magic, a source of fear and dread. The black magician abuses his power for his own selfish gain, in order to control others or inflict harm on others. Thus, when a thing is done to help someone, it is white magic. When it is done for harmful purposes, it is black magic. Jung writes, magic exercises a compulsion that prevails over the conscious mind and will of the victim. An alien will rises up in the bewitched and proves stronger than his ego. The only comparable effect capable of psychological verification is that exerted by unconscious contents, which by their compelling power demonstrate their affinity with or dependence on man's totality. Magician, wizard, and sorcerer are often used as synonyms, though there are subtle differences between them. Generally speaking, a magician refers to anyone who practices magic. A wizard is typically a wise old man that has studied the magical arts over a long period of time, and a sorcerer either has an innate gift of magic or has gained magical power through making pacts with supernatural entities, which is usually associated with witchcraft and voodoo. Enchanters are known for their ability to cast spells, often involving magical objects, charms, and talismans, while necromancers use magic for communicating with the dead and summoning their spirits for the purpose of foretelling future events or discovering hidden knowledge. The mysterious druids in ancient Celtic cultures left no written accounts, though the earliest reference to them date to the 4th century BC. The 1st century BC Greek scholar Alexander Polyhistor referred to the Druids as philosophers who were inspired by Pythagoras, the immortality of the soul, and metempsychosis, the transmigration of the soul, especially its reincarnation after death. Mystics and Gnostics engaged in meditation, prayer, and rituals in order to attain gnosis, personal knowledge or direct experience of the divine, to reach oneness with the center that lies deep within by uniting their will with the will of God. Thy will be done. The shaman is widely present in certain Siberian and Native American tribes. He owes his powers to mystical communion with the world of spirits, making him, as Mircea Eliade puts it, a technician of the sacred. The shamanic call involves some kind of illness or psychic crisis. After going through this ordeal and curing himself, the shaman is capable of healing others. If we're able to go through the dark night of the soul, we are illuminated by an inextinguishable spark, the fount of all light. All the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the light of a single candle. The shaman is not only a medicine man who picks the right herbs and ingredients to make a healing concoction for curing physical illness, but also guards his community from loss of soul. Shamanism can be seen as the oldest system of healing known in the world. Von Franz writes, the roots of both priesthood and psychotherapy lie in the primitive phenomenon of shamanism and the existence of medicine men. Priests often serve as spiritual leaders within their religious ceremonies and are responsible for conducting rituals within their faith tradition, as well as acting as intercessors between the human and the divine. The rites of exorcism, doctrine of transubstantiation, access to holy water and blessed herbs could be conceived as magical practices. The analytical psychologist is like a modern shaman who seeks to heal a patient and teach him or her about the importance of dreams, which are the essential guides in bringing our unconscious contents into consciousness, in order to progress towards the self, the total personality. The self is represented by the sacred symbol of the mandala, which is found all over the world. It appears in connection with chaotic states of disorientation and has the purpose of reducing the confusion to order as it expresses balance and wholeness. Patients often emphasize the beneficial or soothing effect of such pictures, as if they possessed a magical significance. All magic, miracles, and parapsychological happenings seem to have one theme in common, namely, an attitude of hopeful expectancy on the part of the participants. This is also known as the archetype of the miracle or the archetype of the magic effect. Many of the founders of the great religions often performed miracles. Jesus would make the person whom he healed a participant in the healing. Your faith has healed you. One might say that miracles can only happen in a response to a need transcending the ego. For example, in the Bible, Moses strikes water from a rock to quench the thirst of his people. This miracle is not a prideful trick or ego trip from the magician, but rather a compassionate act. There are many cases of people avoiding terrible accidents by hearing a voice out of nowhere, for example, telling one to get off the road, only for there to be a major accident shortly after, as if one was warned by one's guardian angel. We have no explanation for such events, but they affect us profoundly. The magician is responsible for these seemingly miraculous eruptions into our everyday world of space and time, cause and effect, which Jung calls synchronicity. The magician gives us unexpected glimpses of the transcendent world, offering a numinous experience that temporarily suspends our rational beliefs and our superfluous worries. Psychologically, the magician is the archetype of transformation, transforming old realities into new ones. He is capable of transforming reality by changing consciousness. He is the archetype of self-realization par excellence. The magician aids us in our lifelong task of attaining a higher level of consciousness and of recognizing that higher power which is greater than ourselves. We are always in a process of transforming ourselves, others, and the objects in the world around us. For the magician, matter is energy, and energy is matter. As the law of conservation of energy states, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another. The same might be applied to the eternal and immortal soul. Often everyday people unknowingly use the basic principles of magic and never think they are doing magic. We have all probably known people who emanate caring and peace, and sometimes we can feel better just by standing next to them. Conversely, we all know people whose inner world is chaotic and desperate, and that inner state affects people around them. The magician has control over the mystical laws, which are mirror reflections of the physical laws, as the Emerald Tablet teaches us, as above, so below, and as below, so above, to accomplish the marvels of the one work. The magician realizes that at a fundamental level, there exists a transcendent unitary world where inner and outer reality coexist, known as the unus mundus, the one world. The magical and sacred plane is not something that is above us and is inaccessible. On the contrary, it is immanent in ourselves, others, and the cosmos. The magician archetype provides a sense of connectedness with the whole, and an understanding that what is within us contains all that is outside ourselves. The microcosm and macrocosm mirror one another. Sometimes, the simplest of things contain the greatest magical effect. Our world is full of magic and wonder for those with eyes to see, and it is up to us to awaken ourselves to the true beauty of life. The order that we establish in our inner world corresponds to order in the external world. Thus, if we want a peaceful world, we must start with becoming peaceful ourselves. As we ourselves become healthier and more alive, each of us sets in motion a ripple effect in others. This expresses a fundamental truth that is shared by almost all the world religions. It is the golden rule: do to others as you would have them do unto you. Love thy neighbor as thyself. In the ancient Sanskrit epic poem, the Mahabharata, it is written, one should never do that to another which one regards as injurious to one's own self. This, in brief, is the rule of Dharma. While Dharma expresses a virtuous life, the principle of karma supposes a relationship of cause and effect, whereby people's actions or deeds influence their future, as well as their rebirth. There appears to be a fundamental law of universal equilibrium in nature, so that what you do to others will come back to you. That is the divine energy inherent in every human being. As Newton's third law states, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. We are not only made to live in harmony with each other, but also interconnected with each other in a metaphysical sense. The Stoic philosopher and emperor Marcus Aurelius states, what injures the hive injures the bee. When a man does wrong to another man, they are hurting themselves. What you do to others will come back to you, and this may go beyond our physical existence. In Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, Indra's net is an infinite cosmic net which contains a single glittering jewel in each eye of the net. And since the net itself is infinite in dimension, the jewels are infinite in number. Moreover, if we were to inspect and closely look at one of these jewels, we will discover that, in its polished surface, there are reflected all the other jewels in the net, infinite in number. Not only that, but each of the jewels reflected in this one jewel is also reflecting all the other jewels ad infinitum. The shamans perceive the world as a vast web of energy to which all living beings are connected, the anima mundi, and the Melanesian and Polynesian cultures speak of mana, which is the extraordinary and compelling supernatural power which emanates from certain individuals, objects, action, and events, as well as from inhabitants of the spirit world. This concept has been popularized in role-playing games representing energy used to perform magical abilities. Jung writes, "The mana personality is a dominant of the collective unconscious, the well-known archetype of the mighty man in the form of the hero, chief, magician, medicine man, saint, the ruler of men and spirits, the friend of God. So whatever else the magician archetype might be, it is clear that it is one instance of a mana personality. As a practitioner of black magic, the shadow magician has no interest in helping others, but rather controls or manipulates others for his own benefit. Whenever we are detached, unrelated, and withholding what we know could help others, whenever we use our knowledge as a weapon to belittle and control others, or to bolster our status or wealth at others' expense, we are identified with the shadow magician as manipulator. The dark magician's esoteric knowledge on his craft causes his ego to become inflated, and he takes advantage of others who have limited knowledge. As Lord Acton stated, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The shadow magician also has an Asclepius complex, a common form of inflation that comes from identifying with a healer archetype. He has no need for any personal relationship with the wounded. Taking on an archetype eliminates one's humanity, resulting in grandiose beliefs, megalomania, or a messiah complex. This is typical of charlatans, false prophets, or cult leaders. The dark magician believes that he is a god because he has the power to heal, and falls into hubris, considered as the worst of the seven deadly sins. Because the power of the magician in each of us is so potentially great, integrating the shadow is essential so that we do not consciously use our power for evil purposes. If we do not integrate our repressed content, they take on a monstrous form and possess us, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Perhaps because of the expression magic tricks, the archetype of the trickster comes immediately to mind when one thinks of the magician. In fact, Mercury and Hermes are both gods of tricksters, thieves, and magicians. When they are in their shadow side, they become illusionists, convincing others of overnight success or a magic pill to solve all problems, usually at high prices. This method of diverting people from their personal journeys to mindless consumerism is a major force of evil sorcery in our time. On the other hand, the prankishness of the trickster can serve to deflate an all too serious magician's personality. Both can shapeshift, create illusions, and confuse us with their sleight of hand. By making objects disappear, they can dramatize the simple truth that every object, everything, is but an appearance of reality. The underlying essence of the magical art is revelation. The magician has the power to reveal the basic structure underlying all appearance by stripping away the unnecessary details. Behind the 10,000 things, all is one. It is as if the trickster conceals this fundamental reality from us until we do the necessary inner work to realize the illusion of appearances. This is the veil of Maya, which conceals the true character of spiritual reality, creating the cosmic illusion that the phenomenal world is real. In Hinduism, we are part of the Supreme Being's Leela, divine play. All of reality is the outcome of the divine play of the Supreme Being, revealing the interconnectedness of all existence. The goal is to understand our role in this cosmic game, while realizing that the Atman, true self or essence, is identical to Brahman, unchanging and supreme reality. In Tarot, the magician is assigned number 1 and comes just after the Fool, who has the number 0. In the Marseille deck, the magician is called the Juggler. He appears as a young street performer holding a golden wand and wearing motley, the traditional costume of the court jester, trickster, or fool. The brim of his hat resembles a figure 8 lying on its side, the mathematical sign for infinity. In the Rider-Waite deck, the magician appears as a holy priest, discarding the aspects of the trickster. The hat has been replaced by the symbol for infinity, encompassing creation, preservation, and destruction, the cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth. This may be a hint about the endlessness of the powers of magic. The number 1 symbolizes undifferentiated totality, out of which comes the 2, the opposites, a necessary conflict for the possibility of consciousness, which defines the human being. Elevation, however, is motion toward unity. The magician's task is to unite with the one source, from where we all come from and will return, when the time is right. In Kabbalah, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, symbolizes the oneness of God. The magician points one hand with a wand to the sky and the other hand to the earth, as above, so below. Or as Jesus said in the Lord's Prayer, "Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." The sky, inspiration, dreaming, vision, is grounded in the facts of everyday existence. Both are equally important. Real power comes from recognizing our dependence on the earth, on other people, and on our spiritual source. Thus, many traditional shamans begin their work by consciously connecting with and thanking the earth, the four directions, the people they love most, including their teacher, and finally the spiritual power they serve. In the Red Book, Jung dedicates a chapter to the magician. He meets Philemon, his inner wise old man and magician. When Jung talks to him about what magic is, Philemon replies that magic happens to be precisely everything that eludes comprehension. One cannot understand magic. One can only understand what accords with reason. Magic accords with unreason, which one cannot understand. Jung writes, "The practice of magic consists in making what is not understood understandable in an incomprehensible manner." Magic will never be lost to humanity, since it is reborn with each and every one of us. We need magic to be able to receive or invoke the messenger and the communication of the incomprehensible. We must accept that the world comprises reason and unreason, and that magic remains a mystery until one attains gnosis. Then one might say, as Jung did when asked if he believed in God, "I don't need to believe, I know." Jung writes, "This magical power allows itself to be neither taught nor learned. Either one has it or does not have it. Now I know your final mystery. You are a lover. You have succeeded in uniting what has been sundered, that is, binding together the above and below. Have we not known this for a long time? Yes, we knew it. No, we did not know it. It has always been this way, and yet it has never been thus. Why did I have to wander such long roads before I came to Philemon, if he was going to teach me what has been common knowledge for ages? Alas, we have known everything since time immemorial, and yet we will never know it until it has been accomplished. Who exhausts the mystery of love?" If we listen to our inner voice, conscience, or intuition, despite our awareness that others might think what we're doing is crazy, we awaken the inner magician. The magician's path is a lonely one. By delving into one's own psyche and inner images, one can bring the unknown into the known, the unconscious into consciousness. That is magic, and that is the purpose of Jungian psychology. When we dedicate time, energy, and resources to something, cooking, music, painting, writing, etc., we're working on integrating the magician archetype, which is part of the individuation process. The magician not only works on perfecting his art for practical purposes, but also has extensive knowledge about it and its connection with one's way of life. Much of our inner negativity results from repression. The issue is not to get rid of it, but to transform it by allowing it to resurface, be acknowledged, and take on a new form. It is possible to learn to transform emotional energy once we learn to feel our feelings fully. We can see this in our personal relationships when we talk through our pain or anger and come out the other side feeling more intimate and loving than before. When a person opens to feel with another person's pain and move through it with the other person, it is often the case that both feel better in the end. The power of words is evident in psychoanalysis, the talking cure. We know the problems in our outer life reflect our inner state, but it can be very painful when we are incapable of healing ourselves. The highest form of healing is the balance between body, soul, and spirit, good nutrition and exercise, a connection with our innermost self, and staying true to our spiritual source. Often magic is as simple as prayer. Many magicians simply ask for what is needed: health, forgiveness, transformation, resources. As long as it is reasonable and within the humanly possible, one can attain it. The answer comes from the wisdom of a power greater than one's own. Hence the saying in Matthew 7:7, "Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you." Interestingly, the number 7 is considered the most mystical of all numbers, symbolizing fullness and completion, as it is the day God finished his work, blessed it, and rested. It is the most repeated number in the Bible. All of the great inventions and wonders of the world first existed as images in the unconscious. As we paid attention to them, we brought them into consciousness and solidified them into the external world. The magician brings the realm of fantasy and imagination into reality. By visualizing it, he creates it. In numerology, this corresponds to the master number 22, Master Builder, who is the most capable of all in making his or her dreams come to fruition. To some extent, thoughts create reality. Belief is not trivial, it has tangible results. The power of the mind can even heal sickness, as is seen in placebo-controlled studies. In New Age thought, the law of attraction supposes that positive thoughts bring positive results, and negative thoughts bring negative outcomes. Psychologically, however, it is too one-sided. We must not impose our will on reality, but surrender to both the positive and the negative, which must coexist. For that is the fundamental reality of the human condition. It is their synthesis, not the repression of the negativity, that brings about the fullness of being, of psychic wholeness, balance, and harmony. Positive thinking should never be used to avoid responsibility for the harm you do to yourself or others. When we do harm, we need to ask for forgiveness. When we can do so honestly, we should also make amends in some way. The magician always practices some kind of ritual. Rituals express a change in commitment and help us experience a sense of connectedness. And rituals repeated over time connect us with our historical ancestors. Individuals and traditions differ on the details of such practices: meditation, active imagination, prayer, and theogens, etc. Psychologically, the idea is to align your consciousness with your unconscious, so that your unique story may be unfolded in life. Like fruits and flowers, our life experiences are products of nature. They grow spontaneously in our garden, awaiting discovery for the nourishment of our soul. The magician journeys to another world through altered states of consciousness. We all enter these altered states, but most of us choose not to become very conscious of them. These, however, open us to a deeper wisdom and a connection with the transpersonal that greatly improves the quality of the rest of our lives. One way to awaken the magician within is simply to become conscious as we enter these other planes of reality. Synchronicities become more frequent. Inner images suddenly materialize, now outer reality, without any causal connection, just as if we had conjured them forth, or as if the synchronistic event must hold a special message for us. How one goes about decoding the meaning of such an event is part of the integration of the magician archetype. Many people attempt to meditate and implant favorable images in the unconscious by self-hypnosis or other techniques. However, one cannot manipulate the activities of the unconscious by willpower. The unconscious is, by definition, unconscious. A more useful technique, as has been practiced since ancient times, is to simply observe one's inner thoughts, feelings, and images, and allow whatever pictures to appear in the mind's eye. The inner magician can help us become aware of the visions of power that exist within us, so that we can bring them into reality, or transform the repressed contents into something beautiful, for the magician can turn the ordinary into something extraordinary. Our inner images yearn to be born, struggling against our indifference to free themselves from the unconscious, like a stone held captive, waiting to be released by the sculptor. Some artists in this medium say that they do not create their figures. Instead, they simply chisel away all superfluous material so that the image already implicit in the unconscious can stand free in the stone. Similarly, when we are in a state of masa confusa, of inner chaos, we can delve into the eternal guide within to find the source of our confusion and clear up conflicting urges. If the spectator could enter into these images in his imagination, approaching them on the fiery chariot of his contemplative thought, if he could make a friend and a companion of one of these images of wonder, Then would he arise from his grave, then would he meet the Lord in the air, and then he would be happy.
All people, including all beings, are manifestations or disguises of the total reality behind this cosmos.
All you truthers don't understand that I had to look into my psychology to understand you. You're all belligerent combatives. You're all oppositional defiant. You all take up positions to find a cause to justify your meaningless existence. You'll fight anybody to act like you're self-righteous and true. And it doesn't get you good results, okay? When I see all these people who want to start all the interactions with everybody, not with God-given rights, not with the law of the land, not with freedom and principles, not with process on how to enslave ourselves, but let's argue over the shape of the planet. I start thinking you're a fucking agent. These people won't even listen to legal and lawful God-given rights, property and freedom and principles. You're non-credible. You're fucking inept. You have no self-awareness and awareness of others. You're defiant, right, and resistant, and you're not received well when you're out in the public. And that's the difference between you and I. Write it down. You're a fucking moron. So I see right through all you motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what comes out of your mouth. Love and light, ascension. We're all coming together for truth and freedom. You're full of shit. People in the middle of nowhere who have everything they need and can co-create with nature and are in touch with the Tao, the way to the way, they don't consider you wise. They consider you be a bunch of mentally and emotionally ill folks who have personality disorder. I know why you do what you do. I don't care if you won't tell anybody. I know me, so I know you. You're not the centric point of this universe. All right, at best, if you want to be, it's an I am that am presence. Confront the cause and effect, bring the solution. You're a fucking slave. I and others have brought the solution. You won't embody it. You don't want to be a free man or woman. So don't come to me and tell me I'm raining on your parade because I'm doing what the fuck you won't. It's not that you can't, it's you won't, because you're a fucking coward. Because if you don't stand for rights, freedom, and principles, you don't get them. That means you've taken mine. I don't accept that. All right? I don't respect that because you don't have a right to give up your rights. They're God-given. God can take them away. You have to embody them. If you don't, you've done wrong. You're unjust. You're an infidel. I'm talking into your spirit. I'm talking objective truth. I'm telling you what the fuck needs to happen or else. When the or else comes, I don't want to hear it. Don't you want personal choice? Don't you want property rights? Don't you want an ability to defend yourself? Don't you want the fascism to end? I want to vomit how easy it is to mind and heart control the majority of these fucking slaves. You got to put the work in. You got to put the time in. You got to show up for yourself and others. You got to have conviction. You got to live your information. You ain't doing that. They're not sitting in a fucking hole for a year, viewing themselves and reflecting and trying to find a space of peace and empowerment. They're not doing any of it. The court doesn't know you. Policy enforcement doesn't know you. The DA doesn't know you. The U.S. corporation doesn't know you. The feds don't know you. If they do know you, it's for being a loser failure and fucking up your own affairs and mismanaging it and having to go to jail at best. This is way deeper than rap. This ain't about no court. This is about taking your soul and keeping you here for thousands of years. I suspect. I can't prove it. You can't be nice and kind and polite with these people. You got to be a godly, righteous man, and you can't be an infidel, and you can't be equally yoked with infidels. You got a duty to render aid. You got a duty to uphold God's law. You got a duty to exercise your rights. Why the fuck ain't you doing it? But we can get in our ego and compete with each other over bullshit, or we can really be honest with ourselves and each other about where the fuck we failed ourselves and our family and our future and our lineage.
Greetings, folks. We're back at the outdoor command center as of this time. So, Christy, just so you know, it is not because I am like the pathetic warrior that I timed you out. It is exactly the opposite reason I perceive. It is because I do care about you beyond the physicality that I not only timed you out, but Mr. Metaphysical Physician. Why? Because I watched you on OTW's channel say you're going to change your avatar to the big titty picture. And that's probably not what you need right now, because you just got out of a relationship with a cretin who I told you, just looking at him, who and what he was, and it took you months to figure it out, only to come back and tell me I was right after you chastised me for speaking with discernment. So you don't need to go pick more titty pictures to get more physical attention from more cretins online or offline who are going to use you and abuse you and leave you lonely and alone, confused online, desperate for attention. It's probably not going to work for you. So this is my version of trying to help a woman out from a daddy perspective rather than just go along to get along like all the rest of the emotionally immature men online and offline who continually appeal to every woman's physicality and completely ignore the other side of the equation. And that's why those males are typically alone and bitter and resentful or with some life partner not living a full life. You get me? So if you want to get upset about that, you want to act like I'm censoring and banning, and you want to act like I'm picking on you, this is what I believe you need because you won't do what you need to do and you won't cultivate discernment. So daddy's going to have to help you along with that process and give you a different perspective. Okay. And again, this is not self-righteous hypocrisy. I'm a filthy animal, just like everybody on the lowest level. I'm one of the horniest cretins out there. The difference is I try to direct it. I try to live fully. I try to see the border or the framing around the picture that I'm close up on as much as possible. And I believe that that is a righteous pursuit for all of us. Okay. I think that it will lead to beneficial results for all of us. We don't need more women out there who think that their primary source of value is their physicality, because when it isn't, they aren't. And that is detrimental to the community. So we need to cultivate an adequate sense of self-worth and self-value and self-respect and self-application for proper results. Because I'm sure you women want to show off them big titties, but when I tell you I'm a titty, fuck them and walk out, well, then you go to getting in your feelers. So if that's not the kind of attention you want or the only kind of attention you want or value you want, then stop portraying that. And if you do portray it, stop blaming the men for just being men. Excuse me. Stop blaming the boys for just being boys. I had to catch myself there. Your thoughts, Emmanuel? Broken system, broken trust, Christos.
Well, I think it comes back to, reading the room, as that term was being mentioned earlier. I had basically extinguished that bit that Christy Lee was doing through my live chats with her at OTWs going into over here. And he's told us to get to the DM. So I said, all right, I'll tone it down. And, I read the room, I took note. And I didn't even see when Metaphysician came in, nothing against him, but I know how some of these people are in the live chats, never hopping on panels, and they want to simp. So I don't know what he said, but if he got timed out as well.
Again, I'm kind of tired of little boys online who still haven't figured out the majority of these women are not who and what they show in their avatars and pictures. So while you're complimenting them on a picture, it's a picture taken from a certain angle from 5 years ago. It's not who and what they are now. So you tricked yourself right out of position with some false physicality. Okay? Then you wind up going to meet these women and find out that they're overweight, they're bitter and resentful, they're full of trauma and brokenness, and they haven't resolved their issues internally or externally. And many of them are poor and broke as well, because they think a man's position in life is to provide them a living, and it's not. So sorry if I'm on one today, like Mr. Elite Dude says. That's what I do here. I have a care in my heart. Many folks may not know what that's like to experience that, and they may misinterpret the fact that it's somewhat a burden at times. I'm not complaining. It's part of the impetus to do what I do. I need that to do what I do. It allows me to stay caring and passionate, compassionate, right? With passion and an ability to discern without emotion. So that flame will continue to be lit as much as I can conjure it, as much as I can feed that fire, although it comes rather naturally nowadays. Yes, Snafu Creature.
I roam from the dancing gay land, from the Talcati land to the land of cupcakes, and I come, your sire, and I knew you.
Cupcakes? Whoa, you come from the land of cupcakes?
Cupcakes.
Is that the same village that Christy Lee is from? High population in that village, huh?
I heard the message has received to your hands of the traitorous, fraudulent, scamulant acts upon one of our own. And you had told me, sire, continue my investigation.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We need to remind ourselves the majority of these women are not your women. So stop talking to them like they're going to be. It may be your turn, and then you're going to be left with some cum cakes by the end, as Snafu said. That should be the new online metaversal group for all the women on here. Cum cakes.
You know, which is
Because,
odd.
a lot of them are good at
Because our
fucking.
nomination is
A lot of them are
our
dirty
nomination,
whores. We
Daddy.
need that. Excuse me. Shut the fuck up, please. I'm speaking. I know you don't value me or what I have to say, but some people do. I know that's shocking to you. What was I saying? Something about cum cakes? Because you,
Cum cakes
once
are
again,
bad.
destroyed the English language and gave us our newest bit non-bit.
That's what you said. Cum cakes are bad.
Yeah, we need plenty of dirty whores. We also need these dirty whores to be discerning, right? We need them to be co-creative. We need them to be love-able. We need them to be trustworthy. You get where I'm going with this? All right, let's...
Holistic.
I gotta say, which is odd because the one that we have nominated is a woman. So Enslavia is not anti-women either, though.
Right. There's some other women I've been seeing making the rounds too, getting attention other places they don't belong, that they know they don't belong, but they just can't pull themselves away, right? It's that desperate need for attention and validation and to be told, you're pretty, you're hot, you're this, you're that. Give me a fucking break. All right, so I know where you were going, Snafu Snaps. I'll oblige you because I know you. I know
I
you're.
show the people the truth, yo.
How do I get this?
Well, that was when I was roaming the lands of gay land.
Hey, can you somehow grab that from the original source on YouTube? This is why I tell you to give me the YouTube link, because then I get that when you give me the email from your horrible phone. Yeah, when you give me the email from your horrible, cheap, prepaid Walmart phone, that's what winds up coming up.
I do what I can on my fucking donkey. I don't have a trusty steed. I'm rolling.
I know, you remind me of this guy. This is pretty much you all day, every day. You can't get out of your own sweater. You can't get into it or get out.
I don't beat the women like he does.
You fight. He fights his sweater and women. You only fight sweaters.
Yes.
And lose.
Well, and trousers and fucking belts and there's other items, accessories that come that I fight with.
You're constantly fighting with your own wardrobe. Okay, so just go ahead. Get me the blink, please. If you want me to play the gay dance video with Moose and Jesse Hal and all the rest of the fucking beta males, the embarrassment. If you want it, just please go get it properly, as I've asked in the past. Excuse me?
Christos, the one is the Hank betrayal. Right after he came on and
it's done. We addressed it on OTW's amazing broadcast, and of course I say that with a bit of sarcasm. Just please wait for me to finish. We do the same thing every day. Shouldn't be that hard. Laying out the narrative. You brought up the narrative. I'm laying it out. You're talking over me. How does that make any sense? It doesn't.
I've just felt the people should see the optics, sire.
Listen, the wrench, off with the wrench, as you said. Off with the wrench, as you said. Wrenches will roll. Hank has had his wrench taken. It's over. He's done. He's been caught over and over again. I gave him the benefit of the doubt because he's a bit retarded. I mean, who isn't on this metaverse, right? So that's like equity, but it's gone on over and over again. He's going to sue me. I'm this, I'm that. Like, come on, dude. You're another one. Even the retarded people get in their feelers. Even the autistic people get in their feelers. I thought the whole benefit of being autistic was you weren't so hypersensitive like everybody else. You just kind of move through life and do your thing, and you don't really consider the romanticism in the way that culture has put it forth, appeal to emotion and false authority. But you did the same thing the rest of them do regularly. So now the moderatorship is done because my warthog creature was all over you. You knew he was. You knew you wouldn't escape, and you went ahead and did it anyway, which proves subconsciously you wanted him to see it and find out and bring it back to me because you have a subconscious, subtle hate or disrespect for me, like many people do on here. I'm not interested in the subliminals. You get in my face and you tell me what the fuck your issue is and we resolve it. You go everywhere else and do it. You lose your benefits and privileges and good standing here. And go ask the pathetic warrior and the rest of the pigeonholed via algorithmic consequences, folks. Go ask them what it's like to be in bad favor over here. Right? In the cult, doesn't bode well for you if you want to make appearances everywhere else on here and pretend to be different people. They will follow you, they will hold you accountable, and they will ask you about why you're doing certain things and not doing other things. And you folks can't stand that. The things that I love in life are all the things you run a mile in the other direction from. And that's why we're completely different beings at this point. Right. Unthankful and ungrateful. What else is new? Whether it's God of all media or God of creation. Your thoughts?
Oh, I would love to hop in here on my thoughts with that.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, speaking of, if we have anybody that wanders in here asking about a John Felix frauditor troll debate, I had that set up later for well after when this stream was going to happen, because I still planned on streaming with you today, as I have for the Wednesdays that I could. But anyways, if anybody wanders in here, please feel free to mock them, because everything you just said kind of rings true with me as well. I kind of scheduled a debate for two folks that want to debate each other, but somehow now they don't want to debate after everything was set up.
All right, you understand that I know you're restreaming, so this may be like pertinent for your audience, but over here, folks have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm sure they don't care.
Yeah.
And I say that with the utmost respect.
Well, we're restreaming basically to trigger the algorithm, because the algorithm is not going to stay still. So
okay, Snafu, if you're going to talk over and under people, you're not going to be here long, and that's going to disappoint both of us. Not many in the audience. They'll be happy. They'll be rejoicing if that moment happens. All right, but I'm trying to help you.
Okay, so if I can just complete the thought. So apparently my channel isn't good enough to hold the debate. So if folks want to come over here and have the debate, that would be fantastic. I don't know if you'd be open to that.
That's another appeal to false authority and emotion, because there is no appropriate place to quote unquote debate or not. And you know where I stand on debate. It's usually two ignorant, arrogant folks debating a one-sided or double-sided perspective, specifically from their side, right? So I said that incorrect. Usually a double-sided issue that they want to pick a position on and argue from that position, ignoring the rest of the information in play. So usually debates are only popular for even less know-nothings who are not as arrogant and ignorant. They think they're seeking truth and want to learn, and they wind up listening to two morons argue from a different perspective, where no actual truth and clarity comes out of, unless the viewer is able to interpret the dysfunction of the individual, which oftentimes they're not.
Well, that's why we might have to drag them in here.
Yeah, there's no debate on legal lawful. There's no debate on God-given rights versus policy. There's no debate on the Constitution, for the people, by the people, republic versus demosocracy and collectivism and communism and socialism. There's no debate left. Just so you guys know, we've cornered the market on truth. I know that's shocking. There's already things that are known here. They've been known from the beginning of time. You're not reinventing the wheel, and your debates and arguments are fruitless 3/4 of the time. Is what I've seen.
And that's why you're making the case for this is the perfect venue for that.
This is the perfect venue for folks to play games and get seen for who and what they are. Frauds, grifters, game players, ignorant, arrogant freaks. That's what this place is for. It's the expose of exposés. This is why no one will touch this place with a 10-foot pole anymore, because they can't come out of here and continue to lie to everybody going forward. It was horrible for them.
Hey, I left that in your backstage, Paul. That should be a perfect example to this guy why there's no debate in the world. This guy doesn't understand.
Oh, hey. Wait, were you
in our world?
Were you doing the yoga? I'm so confused. Was that Nancy?
Yeah, Nancy, I think what she said was, yeah.
And she left, and then Moose popped in, or was Moose Nancy? Because she was in the dark.
What? Yeah, you're going to have to call the guy. I need some more of that stuff. I don't know if I can hang out here long like this. I'm coming down. There's no women here. It just seems to be a bunch of gay men. There's really bad music. Yeah, just call the guy, please. Yeah, I need at least another, maybe a gram or two. What? Yeah, it's really bad music. He's not around? What? Oh, man. I gotta go. I'm gonna have to go here real soon. I'm gonna have to go. This is really creepy and awkward. It smells in here too.
This looks like that spot under the table where all the boogers hang out.
It looks like the spot under the table where all the semen collects.
I told you, cum cakes.
He wasn't lying. The warthog creature didn't lie again. He said cum cakes. I thought he was eating the English language and perverting it again. Turns out he was accurate in his assessment.
Yeah, that's yes, exactly what Lori said.
See, the guy even agrees. Yes, exactly. That's the thing. If you were to open a club, this club would be called Cum Cakes. It would obviously be a gay club. Okay, we got like after a certain point, right? After we got happy hour, after 8, when the AZT medication kicks in for the AIDS, for the HIV. Yeah, after the AZT kicks in, it's like half off of drinks for the rest of the night. The AIDS crowd gets kind of tired after 8, so we do the half off thing, figuring that they'll be home by that time, and most of them asleep. How long does this go on for, Snafu Snaps?
Workout. Thank you, Jesse.
Like, dude, people come
Yeah,
back.
man, we
like,
were doing this from a long time after
Like,
7 years. We do 4 hours a night. We started dancing on 15 minutes a night. Went all the way to an hour, sometimes even 2 hours.
I mean, okay, so
people on panel at one time.
I can't even hear you. You're fucking babbling, and I can't even hear you. Do I even need to say anything? Please. Just let the silence wash over. You don't feel that right now? You have horrible broadcasting intuition. Like, you don't feel that in the air right now? Just a complete embarrassment, inadvertent content, where these folks are now doing this on the internet?
Yeah.
I'm very rarely almost speechless.
I was roaming the lands of the cum cakes, like I told you when I was going on this mission with Hank, the trader. But what happened is this in the stream, if you fast forward it, Mr. Pie shows up, all kinds of people show up. And I mean, they're nonstop fucking cum caking it, dancing it.
Okay, let me get this straight. This is really like glorious in a way. This might be my magnum opus. So I go and say all of these guys, whether they're married or not, seem to me to be homoerotic. They seem to be incompetent and capable loser failures with no soul, therefore no rhythm. And they proceed to go and do this on a live broadcast after I've said all that. And they think that's going to help anything that I've said.
Daddy, it's a crazy world out there.
Real. No, you guys are okay. All right. Okay. Great stuff, guys. Where's Ashton? Bring him out. Where's Ashton Kutcher? I know he's around because I just came to a new spot and I saw someone down the road and I'm thinking, you guys you're setting me up, right? This is one big elaborate setup troll where you got these guys in on this to make me rant about it and just also be like shocked and appalled with a you. That's what you're doing, right?
I was just going to compliment you.
If this is a bit, this is the best bit ever. You guys are geniuses.
It's not a bit.
I thought the Jesse Howe twirling Lamaze breathing was great. This is the Hey, Talflix, I'm gonna need you to get on this. All right, I need you to cut this up, and I don't even skim through this whole thing because he's telling me this is hours long broadcast, and it doesn't get any better than this. So I'm gonna need some new clips anyway. I guess I didn't know that I needed some new clips, but that's how this goes. Yeah, I thought that this was great.
Dude, and they talk between it, and of course, Daddy's in their mouth, and so Snap.
Yeah, you remember this one? I thought that this was the like peak performance here. Like I thought we weren't going to get anything better than this. And sure enough, the metaverse never disappoints. Okay, I am. I'm almost speechless. Do you know what it takes? I've seen people die before my eyes. Multiple times. You know what it takes to leave me almost speechless? Yeah, they're onto it here.
Daddy,
they're going to finally overtake Unslavia. They're going to shock us into submission.
Daddy, I'm just glad that the crew survived the mission out there in the world of the digital experience, but we came back to Enslavia and we feel comfortable here.
Is this why wait a second. Is this why Hard Hat Soft Ass feels comfortable over there? He's another guy who likes to hang out at gay clubs, but he's totally not gay. And this guy's wearing reindeer antlers and doing the most effeminate, limp-wristed, ass-poked-out pose I think I've ever seen.
Right.
And this is also the guy who had a Baphomet statue behind him. And are we starting to see there's just strange coincidences and why they're
Those aren't
Paul's really bad. He wants to love multiple women. He's like the antithesis of natural. This is peak performance. This is peak masculinity. Okay, that's what you guys need to remember.
Wait till Pi gets in it. Like
stop right there. I need you to stop, please. You take a breath here and there. There's a lot here now. I didn't know you had all this. You did it again. I've said from the beginning, I think you're insane. You're insufferable as a personality. You constantly talk over me. You're rude, disrespectful, obnoxious, verbose. I mean, there's many different things I could point out about you, but you're oftentimes correct somehow, some way, or you oftentimes bring some value or some content to this broadcast. How these people could hate you or talk down on you at this point is beyond me. They just can't overlook your insufferable personality and lack of attributes as a human being. To see past it for what's best for this broadcast and humanity, that's sickening. Okay, I'm doing now what Pathetic Warrior did earlier with Jack, where I'm gaslighting, but there's a lot more truth in my gaslighting than what he was doing with Jack earlier. So I was practicing there. Let's get back to it. There's 2.5 hours of this. 2.5 hours. Guided meditation, love and light. We're totally not gay. We're just hanging out. All saves narcissist. He's egotistical. He's not a man. He's a punk. He's weak. You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and let this play. We got 2.5 hours of this, and I'm gonna go about my day. You guys are good on content with this, right? I'm just gonna let this roll. You guys hang out, do the like, share thing, whatever. And I'm gonna go on a walk, right? And I figure by the time I get back, it'll be dark, and I'll sit down and I'll rewatch this back, and I'll get a good laugh, and also kind of sit there with my head in my hands, just smoking, coughing, crying, and contemplating the downfall of society and culture completely. You guys are cool with that, right? All right, that'll work.
The optics are high.
Okay.
Is this supposed to be bold and courageous? Like, I don't get it.
This is the best troll of all time.
Oh man, the boys got into the White Claw. Watch out.
Oh, truly.
Clip this.
So we have about 80 of y'all here with us right now. Thank you for, just
Thank
hanging
you.
out.
You have 80 folks there right now, 75 of which are from Unslavia, and they're there to just watch you completely destroy yourselves in your future and embarrass yourselves indirectly. You're not even doing it on purpose. You're actually trying to be endearing and cute and kind of interesting and entertaining, and it's falling flat. And I say this as the god of all media. I believe that I have an eye for talent and for content, and this ain't it, brah. As the African Americans say nowadays, this ain't it, brah. This is hitting different.
I would just like to say I have a completely different perspective, and I think this is absolutely magical.
Okay, well, and that's why I don't have you here often. M. Davis this isn't what they meant by hit different, right? As in hit your G spot, your male G spot. This isn't what that meant.
And we do this like the High Vibe Love Tribe, but we're going to do something a little different. We're going to all dance a little bit and then have a nice discussion. We'll stay dancing. We'll keep good
This
music
queen
going
in the
on.
corner. He's a real sassafras, huh? The queen in the corner is a real piece of sassafras.
Thanks for everybody joining here.
They're probably on
Gen X
sassafras.
Goose and the beautiful Angeline. So nice to be
Beautiful
dancing.
Angeline, dude.
Beautiful.
She's out the door after
And
this.
all of you, thanks for hanging
She's
out with
totally
us
out of
and
there.
just, increasing energy vibrations for.
This can't be real. Is this real?
We're fucking doomed, bro.
It's real. This is about as real as it gets.
Dude in the bottom corner is blowing himself up. Look.
Now, how did I end up doing it?
She's got me laughing like OTW.
8 hours one time. That would have been online.
Joe, come up and dance.
We danced for 13 straight hours.
Dude with the antlers is dancing like a better go-go than the girl.
Well, these are the New World Order religious guru fucktards that push up pedos, criminals, traitors, and frauds. Just remember that too. The optics are high. These pogo pedo fucks.
What a workout.
I know, but Mo, we're white boys. Some of us are artistic white boys.
All right, Snafu, if they bring out a double-sided dildo, I'm out of here.
Who's busting up the margaritas?
All right, so like, does this is where I guess I'm fumbling the ball. Does the audience want more of this? Can we get a vote down there? Do I have to put up an official poll? Can we just do the 1-2 thing? Like 1 if you want more of this, 2 if you're ready to gouge your own eyes out, and go get a venereal test, right? To see if you caught anything from this broadcast.
My point was the pedo pogo.
Okay, the women are all unanimously yelling no, and that's how you know you're probably not attractive men and people in general. Is the women are going no in capital letters.
It's
only really. I was just.
Pedo pogo optics are high, and we had to go to efforts to get the Hank info of traitorous acts trying to sue Daddy. And he was going to be the first one. So we go through the kingdom to kingdom, but we always end up back here at Unslavia. And we nominate Jackie Fox to take Hank's position if Daddy thinks that's okay or not. But that's who the people.
I really, you know what? You dropped the ball because I really wish you would have scanned this what's called the broadcast and got the key moments, because this is 3 hours and I know there's.
We were there. Like
I don't even want to ask why you watched the whole thing. I'm just saying you okay. You were commissioned to do that. This was work. You were on the clock.
Yes, it's
okay. We appreciate. Thank you for your service. Snafu snaps.
Pretty, man. I gotta thank the crew. The blue.
All right, let's get an hour and a half in. Hour and a half in.
All right.
What happened to me?
Welcome back, beautiful. Yay.
My phone died.
Fringe Fest 2024.
You want to go next?
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Fringe Fest 2024.
Right
yeah.
We're being pretty squeezed here, and with taxes, they raised the taxes.
Oh, that's kind of a bummer. Fringe Fest 2024. She's talking taxes.
So I've had a couple meltdowns.
We get back to the music.
It's
really like vibing low right now.
This fucking Jeff guy.
What did we miss? Did they just get done fucking?
Well, we're sending you all our love. We're not closer, but we're sending you our love, our energy. This is going to be an adventure. Just keep thinking of it like that. It's going to be an adventure.
Well, Planet X Watcher, I'm glad you asked. That's a sign of trauma that hasn't been resolved, right? It's just like cutesy, like Arrested Development, stuck at like 15. Or less, more like an 8-year-old, right? This is the arrested emotional development, right? And this is what people feel so comfortable around when they're emotionally disturbed and retarded. They feel comfortable around a bunch of men and women who talk like this, right? They think that's love and light, right?
Daddy.
You see nothing but trauma and liability, right? Go ahead.
I was going to.
It's an archetype of cult.
That I request, and then I yield, and I'll just go on with the broadcast. Is I want you to pull up and show, if you may, what Hank said about you. That I want.
Hey, can I just point out, by the way, that when a man is attracted to a grown woman in her 40s who talks like this, he's probably a pedo pogo or has pedo pogo tendencies. He's probably twisted and arrested in his development and probably only feels comfortable with a woman who is not matured emotionally. And that's probably why when you meet the man, he's got a look in his eye like this. Hi, everyone. I'm about love and light. I love you, Angeline. I don't want to be rude and mean. I'm just pointing out some archetypes of criminology. If you study it, if you people study anything and actually conclude, excuse me, if you can conclude what's going on there, you will find certain archetypal couples who find each other because of their past trauma, and they either work through it to understand it or they bond in it. Right? And that's what you have, I believe, potentially going on here. And it's not because I'm personally attacking these people. I'm speaking of a generalized dynamic that I've witnessed over and over again, but I don't have a degree. I don't have a costume to substantiate that. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure it out. No real red-blooded American man wants a woman who talks like a baby. That's somebody who's disturbed and arrested in their development. A real man wants a real woman, kind of like a gorilla creature like me. A little bit fired up, a little bit passionate, well-spoken, articulate, direct, straight to the point, and she can fuck too. She doesn't show up like this. That's not cute. It's one thing to do a submissive archetype, right? It's one thing to do the, I'm submitting to you, or I'm submissive in a sense to a strong man or to an empowered, inspiring man. It's another thing to have this generalized condition where folks meet and then foster this dysfunction, as far as I perceive it. But again, I don't want to judge. I don't want to project too much. I don't want this to seem like a personal attack. I'm just calling it as I see it. And again, these are folks who regularly will say, I was raped when I was 10, 12 years old. Do you think it's a coincidence? Not trying to be hurtful and rude and all the rest of it. I catch these raps here regularly. I'm just trying to point out a dynamic and ask, is it possible? Is anything I'm saying correct and true on any level? And could you be better for understanding it or accepting it? Your thoughts?
Well, a lot of people will let that shit fly on smaller channels as well and think, oh, not as many people are watching. But there are people like Snafu and his crew, for example, where there's always motherfuckers watching, whether that's that shit or me seeing Ian and Axis Rat Blood back before we kind of heard about that nonsense way back. Hardly anyone watching for whatever reason I'm subscribed. Yeah, I'm going to find out about what the fuck's going on. So, just what was being spoken on there. People,
again, I'm not invalidating somebody's trauma. I'm not devaluing the experience. I'm not being insensitive. I'm being a bit expounded upon in my presentment, and I'm being a little bit too direct for a lot of folks' sensibilities, I'm sure. But beneath that veneer is a true care. I want to believe, right? I'm sure everybody says that, so I'll phrase it that way. I want to believe that, and that's what it feels like to me. So again, I will trigger at the expense of sensibilities to call into question a way of beingness so we can achieve more understanding potentially by looking at the uncomfortable facts of the matter. Right. So again, we don't need to defend folks' arrested development because they've had trauma in the past. We need to understand it and foster and promote growth and development so the being can flower into who they were meant to be before the trauma existed. And that's why I'm daddy. And that's why you're not, because you will walk with women or lead women where you want them to go. I recognize where they need to go and I walk with them to that point and potentially beyond. We're here to do the work with ourselves and each other. We're not here to love on each other so much that we love each other to death. That's been our fucking problem, many of us, with our friends, family, and relationships for so long. Your thoughts?
Toxic positivity. Yeah. Yep. Go ahead, Snafu.
Yeah.
If Daddy could pull up the last thing I asked Daddy to do today, and I yield the rest of the day and just go with the flow of the broadcast, is at least show the people why Hank lost his mod rant. Show them the optics of because we had to go through that gay shit to get to Hank shit.
I'm not going back to get it. I'll summarize. Hank says he's going to sue me if anything happens with Snaps. I told him that there's no link between me and him other than that we appear together at times in the same area. Right. And he keeps pushing a narrative for attention and validation. Right. And it's just, you're getting all the wrong kind of attention and you're invalidating your conscience and awareness.
I was just surprised that he was on here just like the day before, and he had the chance. We did the vote, and it was a big vote. There was almost 20% of unslaved is like, hey, get it. because we all saw what he was doing.
When
But
someone
he
comes
said that
forth
he
and
was the
tells you
first
that
one
they
to
don't
receive the
believe,
paperwork, that
when
shocked me.
when someone comes forth a la Hank and Slow State and the rest and says either they don't believe in God or thinks they're their own God, we're probably going to have some hiccups, to say the least. It's called good faith versus bad faith. And we can get into it if you want to, but I think we've already done it ad nauseum, right? I'm sure we'll do it again.
That's true. But yeah, the whole thing is crazy. It just shows how society is falling apart. When he talked about debates, it reminded me of this footage and just people in general, and it's bad. The whole thing is gold, but it's bad, Paul. It's gold, but bad.
All right, well, maybe a few more minutes of this dance party, for lack of a better term, and then we'll move on.
All your bases are belong to us.
Like the music. No sound. Snafu creature, can you hear that?
No, there's no sound, but I think you might have
Why wasn't anyone saying anything? Why do you guys do that when you're up here? Like yesterday, everyone was yelling no sound. I didn't hear you. Today, I was aware and nothing. I needed to chat too.
Or if it's
I'm really okay. Yeah, this is the thing, man. They're gonna force me. They want to talk about Sue and me when I'm like, the spearhead in a sense of certain ideology that's beneficial for all of us. I'm going to have to sue StreamYard, Google, and YouTube because this is a new thing now. Plugged into a modem, 200 megabits, download, 100 upload, whatever it is. And it doesn't matter where I go and what system I'm on. I haven't changed anything. All of a sudden now, StreamYard's taking out all of my audio on every restream. What's that about all of a sudden? Then they're going to come to me at some point and go, we're sorry. Like they have in my email, sending me personal emails from StreamYard. We noticed today that there was some hiccups with your broadcast. We apologize. We're fixing it. Why are you monitoring my broadcast, StreamYard? And why does it seem like all the technical difficulties happen to me or people like me? Is that my paranoia again? Is that all the weed I smoke?
Mike Strutton, DX.
Incredible. This is now 2 weeks straight. Every other time I go to restream some, I got no audio, and my audience has to tell me. Sabotage? Could you guys sabotage me any more different ways? Notifications, subscribers, algorithm. Can't even pay them to promote. I tried to pay Google to promote me. They said we don't accept any of your ads. They said you're a terrorist. You believe this shit? And now and remember when they cut off my Verizon signal over and over again till I had to call them up and they admitted me over the phone what they were doing, tracking and tracing, and wouldn't activate different equipment because it couldn't be tracked and traced and interfered with. I got them on a recorded line saying it.
And here's something to bring to the plate, Paul. And I mean, I know you're kind of aware or don't aware. We pointed out recently that Zebra Technologies, all the shit I've been yelling, Pito Pogo, and you see it a lot more than others see it. They're trolling us now because
I'm hardwired into a modem that's on the grid at this point. It's laughable.
Yeah. I sent the articles out there, the articles with Mike Strutton, Oracle, Zebra Technologies, which is now new, and the stuff we're talking about. So they're trolling us now. Like we're over target so much. So everything.
It only means I'm effective on some level. The fact that they would do all of these little games behind and in front of the scenes to interfere with this little broadcast I do in my little corner only proves that I'm effective on some level. You're not going to convince me these are coincidental experiences. Everyone who comes up on panel said they've never seen so many technical glitches than what goes on here. They've been all over and never seen anything like it, many of them.
Patriot Act in full effect.
Whatever. Just keep showing who and what you are, and by proxy, showing who and what I am. If you want to play devilish ways and focus your time, energy, attention on me, it must indicate that I'm working with some type of God force. That's what I interpret from it. So that's a great place to be. I'm going to reload and see if we can get back to audio. Now I have to reload 5 times a broadcast in order to restream audio. It wasn't good enough. You guys were copyright striking me on a bunch of shit that you never did before for a year and a half ago material, right? Oh, all of a sudden, a year and a half later, the system detected copyright strike issues. Give me a break. You guys are all over me, looking for every little fucking twisted toenail you can try to play with.
Paul, when you get a chance, make sure for your personal use, if you're listening, check that article. Same as you, Christos, and all you other motherfuckers in here. It's in the backstage. They're trolling us with the zebra. And Paul, everything you said happening, we know why it's happening to you. Read that article. It's Forbes magazine, legit as fuck.
I'm not victiming. I just said what I said.
No. I'm just saying they're using tactical fucking digital warfare on people who are putting truthio out there that they don't like, which is authentic and genuine.
Right. If I was talking love and light and a whole bunch of bullshit, we wouldn't have any problems. But because I speak against all the deceivers and the deceptions, we got a problem. Or they have a problem with me, apparently. What else is new, right? From the beginning of time, we've been getting the same story told over and over again. It's nothing new.
So I think I call them my living angels are showing up.
Yay, that makes me so happy.
That's down there, Snafu. We're right back in the
Angeline,
action.
wasn't that was Angel? Was a messenger? It was an actual. When they
You
talked
should
in.
fast forward it, man.
Hey, you got to give me the give me the key points, man. This is so riveting. There's so much here.
The
I mean,
vibrations, create sounds. It could be very.
Fun. I'm dancing. My energy is. I think I chilled down, cooled down too much.
Good.
It was amazing. We didn't even have to get into a guided meditation for it.
Like a little
You'll
before
sleep good
this, when they
tonight.
were dancing the hardest. I do remember that when they were like,
Hopefully
much
we'll
love,
sleep
much
good
love,
tonight.
everyone.
That was awesome.
the rave mode.
Thank you so much for
like,
coming and
where
hanging out.
They were just like fucking up.
I'll do it again.
no, this isn't
down.
rave mode. This is depraved mode.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
Call
it's
it what it
society
is.
breakdown mode. Like, look at this net fucking shit, dude. But like right before
It
this, I do
dawned
remember
on
they
me,
were
pop
like
the-
4 or 5 people on the screen, and they were dancing, like doing that thing you saw earlier. But like, I mean, it really just made you think. Look at society. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is the average man nowadays. Incompetent, incapable, online doing effeminate gyrations with their body.
Yeah, they can't even do it good like me.
All right, should we move forward? Do we have enough of that, or do you need more of this?
I put a very serious article in your backstage about the topic you're talking about you getting hit, and it's Forbes magazine from the people I've been yelling, Mike Stratton, Oracle, #2 data collection, and it even says in this article, we will take all your comments. And Zebra Technologies was made after we created the Zebra, because the Zebra was made by a bunch of vets exposing who Oracle, who Mike Stratton was, and then all of a sudden the Zebra Technology pops into the play with Oracle and your dad. Like it straight up says.
Interesting that the Zebra Technology has a capital Z. Maybe I'm reading into that.
Wink, wink. The optics are high.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that we've been on this for a long time. They created Zebra Technologies recently, which is trolling us. Mike's a troll. But when it talks about your comments being fucked with, see Oracle Social Cloud right there. Mike Stratton right there, Oracle Vice President, Social Media Relations. That's Marfugel's current co-host right now. But that's what I'm saying. They committed veteran fraud, but also they know the traders like shit they're involved in with the partners.
Well, I just scanned it very quickly, so don't hold me to anything. I'd have to look into it more in depth. It pretty much looks like, from a cursory scan, it's just more sales tactic bullshitting everyone of giving them what they need, saying, we're here to optimize everything and give you what you need. So we're going to direct everyone to certain places where people like everything. Right. And then we know they're going to use that as a front to actually direct it where they want everyone to go to be a certain kind of person, and to stay away from other places where you're going to be another kind of person. Right. So, that's, again, this is nothing new. We know that the algorithm is there for one reason, to promote certain type of folks, to mislead others, and to demean or detract from other types of folks. So that they do not get proper instruction and leadership in themselves and in their life, and wind up disenfranchised and disenchanted and disempowered. That's what the devil's good at, if you want to call it that, as an archetypal figure or beingness, state of consciousness.
Yeah, that goes to show that if you're pursuing this type of knowledge and this type of understanding, they're building a dossier on you. If you're hanging out in these panels, if they're watching Paul, I know I've been watched for a long time. I've been hearing the phone clicking every time I start saying certain keywords, and so I, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by any of it really at this point.
I mean, again, who will watch the watchers? Let them watch. I'm watching them. They can do the whole, we're powerful. We're all powerful. We're watching you. Great. While you watch me, I'm watching you. And the best part about it is, while you watch me, there's other people watching you from where you can't see. See how that works? Remember when the guy from Fight Club told you? Right? Don't forget that this ideology encompasses a whole bunch of folks from different strata of society and culture. And if you think some of them aren't personally motivated to keep an eye on you because you're keeping an eye on me, it's probably happening. Okay? Because this is bigger than Paulie Boy as a personality, if you haven't got a clue yet. When folks call me from DARPA research facility to have hour-long conversations with me about the truth because they recognize that their life is fucked, you got a problem. I got a solution.
I kind of knew from the first day I walked into this panel that there was going to be these type of optics, like Snafu likes to say, where
Yeah, I'm not going to release his name, but I had a guy call me a while back. I've talked about it before. He goes, yeah, I work at DARPA. Right? I didn't get into too deep with him, but I already know certain folks are watching me and they don't understand. If you start watching, you're going to start listening. If you start listening, you're going to start interpreting. There's a good chance you're going to have yourself a conversion in the middle of your investigation. Okay. And if you think I don't live from that level of heroic consciousness and awareness, I do. I don't presume that I can't, like Jack Talcott, turn a whole UN room toward the truth if necessary, if that's what's meant for me to facilitate. I don't presume that I can, but I don't deny that it's possible.
I go to bed with
I leave my heart open and I leave my discernment where it's at, and I give that to folks who value it. And you'd be surprised how many folks on all different levels value that, and it has been a source of inspiration and change for them and therefore the world, if you want to look at it that way.
I go to bed. I go to
if you think about it too, you got to realize a lot of us are different players in this game. I used to fuck around with the info. I still do. Infowar people, I know all these pogo. This shit's real. And when you don't think the militias, the whistleblowers, the real motherfuckers who see the pedo pogo optics, I scream it. I just showed you the guy, Mike Strutton, zebra, trolling us with the zebra. I showed you this real shit's real. All right. When I scream, people fucking are like, okay, we look at. Do you not understand when people see what we just saw, the dance shit, and they scream freedom, blah, blah, and then you look at real whistleblowers, real militia, real fucking people, real people like Paul. Do you not understand, like, we're looking at this like, wow. And yeah, you should already expect, this is expected. The Truth Yo's here, the crew's here, Paul's here, the real motherfuckers come around this area. When you go to those cupcake fucking organized pogo fuck shit, you're going to see the opposition, but you're going to see the narratives, dude. So, I mean, it's just part of that battle fucking armor, man. Be ready.
Listen, I go to bed sometimes at night with a lot of these conversations still rolling around in my head. So, and I'm not one of those
my
people
deepest apologies.
No, but I mean, it happens, but I can only imagine those certain types of people that are watching, how it must be affecting their mental, you know what I'm saying? And it goes back to what Paul was saying,
and again, there's people with dead rats. We're exposing these criminal fucktards. You see the guy in Baphomet fucking headgear, dancing a little fucktard off. You see the gay agenda. You see the weaponization of fucking these little pogo pedo fucktards, like bringing pedo, all this shit. Optics are high, man. We have to go from gayland.
Again, it's not even necessarily about the gay agenda. It's about tendencies, right?
Well,
when you start to see trends and tendencies, there's connections to be made there to understand more. It's not about necessarily homosexual men. It's about weak, cowardly, effeminate men. Okay. Right. So there's many men out there, whether you want to accept it or not, who may have homosexual tendencies. They're not weak, they're not cowardly, and they're not necessarily effeminate.
That's true.
Okay, so let's not do the thing where we need to necessarily conflate sexuality with authenticity and cowardice versus bravery. Some of the most brave folks are folks who come out in the open and share parts of themselves that's not going to be accepted by many. So again, let's not conflate, because it's not only not politically correct, it's not logically correct. And that's the most important thing. I'm less interested in the politically correct aspect, as you know, as I am in the logical correctness. So I have nothing against anybody and their proclivities. Okay. I've even talked at times about me reflecting on my own beingness, right? And then speaking upon a potential bisexual component in the human experience. Why? Because I'm not necessarily closed off to other men being in the vicinity, okay, of me engaging in sexual activity. If you want to down me and call me a cuck and all the rest of this, I've just looked into me and reconciled what seems to be in the mammalian community, right? It doesn't mean I'm going around looking to fuck men. It just means I'm not going to sit up here and pretend to be more heterosexual, whatever that is, than I am, when the reality of it is most of these folks on here protesteth too much, and on the back end are constantly talking about shitting their ass and wanting dick. So I go, when are we going to get to the middle ground here of just reconciling that potentially all of us have some percentage of bisexual component, if you want to call it that? Because again, you're starting to project onto an experience and create meaning out of it that may not necessarily be there. The animal kingdom doesn't know anything about heterosexual, heteronormative, homosexual, propaganda, the rest of this crap. They're just open beings. They do what they feel. At times it looks like this and looks like that to you, but they don't have that sense of meaning or judgment put on it. Right. So again, I'm talking about trends and tendencies. And when I see weak, limp-wristed, effeminate males who don't stand for nothing, I see the downfall of culture and society. And it really has nothing to do with homosexuality per se. Does any of that make sense to you?
No, you know what? You're absolutely right. I have people who are gay, but they're not like what we just witnessed. And might I add, it's not even just the people doing that. It's the people watching that or embracing it or pushing it up. Like I said, we have a lot of whistleblowers, militia, people that are real non-veterans, veterans, journalists, whether you want to believe it or not. Snafu Crew's on some shit. And do you understand that video? It was like a breakdown to society. Like, you know how many people were like, dude, we're fucking doomed. Like, look at this shit. Look, and it's like a representation of what truly is happening in our world. When Alex Jones healed gay frogs, come on, man. I remember Christos years ago making fun of that shit. Pinio making fun of that shit, like for real.
Bro, what are you talking about? We make fun of it because we know it's real, and Alex Jones
Well,
is a
I
character.
know, but I'm just saying, like years
Bro,
ago. Now we're witnessing it in evolution of what we've witnessed over the years with each other. I'm just saying it's not about the homosexuality. It's just the weak empowerment.
Again, it's an argument. It's an appeal to emotion argument from an egotistical perspective. It should not matter to any of us what anybody else is doing in their bedroom other than themselves. And if they have some insecurity with their lack of heterosexuality, then they need to address that. Stop projecting it all over everyone else and then denying it when you're asked or called to the couch to speak on it. Right? It's a very hypocritical dynamic. I'm sorry to tell you, I have a pretty good awareness for most things in life. And if you think I can't look at a man and imagine him blowing his friend in the middle of the night on a certain kind of drug, I can. And if you think you want to say that that's my homosexual fantasies I'm projecting, no, it's not. A lot of you folks ooze that and you want to pretend it's not there because it upsets you and your delicate sensibilities and sense of self. I'm not buying it. Slow State is a bisexual at best. Okay. The light up blue earrings are just like one of the first clues. Get a fucking clue. No man sits around the house thinking about how to dress himself up in pretty colors.
He got them earrings at Claire's or something like that.
Whatever. It's just, again, you're crying out and the constant, I have something in my ass, who on some dick to kind of say shit at times to be cringy and awkward and kind of take the temperature of the room and put everybody off. I do it regularly. It's constant with you to the point where like I want to like go get a gay man and just have him service you so you can shut up about it.
Well,
I agree with the whole with that perspective of homosexuality. I don't care what these people do when they're in private. It's the overtness, It's the vulgarness, because you can be straight and you
the
can be vulgar.
insecurity stems with the individual. Why is anyone heterosexual worried about gay people out there? That's more pussy for you. Unless you're worried these people are going to turn you gay by showing you gay, which I suspect a lot of you are worried because it's already in you, not on you. So you're like, shut it up, get it out of here. We don't want to look at it because you're deathly afraid you're going to find out what's in them is in you. Because if you're really heterosexual, you don't give a fuck. I've never sat around and thought about anyone else's bedroom behavior and judging it. I go, hey, you all want to do that? That just leaves more for me in this venue. Gay it up. I say let Moose and all these guys come out every night, play the EDM, snort Molly, fuck each other, so I can make a better case for why I can start on Slavia and have multiple Patriot wives. It's going to go perfectly. They're going to say, give us anything but this. What? Paulie Boy the Gorilla? He's a little overweight, but he'll do. We'll share him. Once they get a good look at this, I'm going to be in the money in the catbird seat.
When you get the optics of these, okay, so you all know I'm a pedo pogo type fucktard, but when you get the optics of who they are,
You're the guy who went around rapping and freestyling. Out of your subconscious came, I'm going to put blowjobs on everyone. Need I say more?
What's happening?
Maybe that's why you're so riled up about all the gay people and the pedo pogos. You might be one, motherfucker. Who do you think you're bullshitting?
Randy Reeves and Mad Mystic.
And I got to tell you, the way you call me daddy, I might be that guy you suck dick in the middle of the night on some kind of drug. I hear that undertone in your voice. I think you love me. Beyond just a regular man's love for another man, I think you love me like a woman loves me.
You know, Paul, we saw you how you acted with Monograph. Don't play this game.
Look, see how quick he is to turn on me? I'm just speaking on what the fuck I see and what I feel. I'm coming out all the way with it. He wants to now get in some resentful shit. See, he's triggered. That's that insecurity. Oh, I did something with Monograph. I wish Monograph would show up right now and come around this corner. Y'all can get a good look at what the fuck's going to go on. I wish he would. I wish his little bozo meth head friend who can't even look straight with crooked eyes with that mask on threatening me with an assault rifle. I wish he'd come around this fucking corner right now.
And Luma Tommy.
I got 10 guns in my area right now. You have no fucking clue. I wish he'd come around that corner right now. So I can test out some of this artillery on a pig creature, just like they do on History Channel. Hang up the pig creature and let's shoot at him so we can see what kind of damage it does. Because you ain't worth living anyway. For me, I wouldn't kill a pig. I was in the store yesterday, saw they have pig meat there. I wanted to vomit, not because it don't taste good, because I envisioned Parsons and having to kill that little animal. And I'd kill fucking, what's his name, in 3 seconds if he tried to harm me. If he tried to harm me. Get the words correct. If he tried to harm me, I would never wish wrong on anybody and I'd never harm anybody. But please stop. Snafu, I'm going to throw you out of here. Snafu, 3, 2.
There's enough of daddy to go around, Snafu. He's open to it.
Shut up, Emmanuel, you cupcake.
Hey, when you serve me the cupcake, I want it with extra.
You have proven you're a cupcake. You come here and say, I'm surprised that I didn't even know with this shit. Motherfucker.
That I'm what?
You acted like you're surprised. You're like, I came to this panel, you know, I kind of expected that I might have to deal with people who could be involved in shit that's not shit.
That wasn't a surprise to me. I think I made it clear that it wasn't a surprise to me. I'm not surprised.
He's tied to some shit. He knows it, whether he likes it or not. At least he's man enough.
There's enough of me to go around too, okay?
Oh yeah, I did want fucking London Man snafusnap007@gmail.com. If you have footage of London Man rubbing himself out, I need it.
Where did that come out of, right? That's a narrative that's been running for a while here. Is that confirmed? Has anyone confirmed that?
No, that's why I said send it to me.
Hey, Snafu, if you actually want to get to the bottom of it, yes, I know about this, and I could give you some.
Can we all practice some honesty here? Has everyone not at some point had the inclination to masturbate on the broadcast? I mean, of course, looking at me, if nothing else, let alone maybe Jackie Fox or the Virally creature. I mean, let's get real about it. The only difference is he was man enough to masturbate in front of everybody and own it. You're a little punk bitch. You won't jerk off to me right now on panel. You homo? Bet you won't. Yeah, you won't. You won't own the position. London Man is a real man. He's authentic. He owned the position. You don't have the balls to masturbate to me right now on panel. Well, you can't show it. You get kicked off here.
I just was gonna say, do you want your channel like
You're so fucking gay, you can't even own the position and just masturbate to me openly like London Man did.
Is that what happened,
Not a real
Christos?
man.
Can you confirm this, Christos? Be real. Did this happen?
There was two
I
separate
doubt it.
incidences over at smaller channels, specifically Charles was. There was multiple females. They were there. Later on, yes, he confirmed it, talking to a sock that was either one of his buddies or himself, Don Juan DeMarco, with the orange D, default D, kind of like this, but a D. So
My sense of humor is not for everybody, Gary S.
If you really want more info, Snafu, I can give it to you. Because I've been talking to more people behind the scenes.
Send it
I
to
know
my
more
email. We'll connect.
It's real, yeah. There was 2 different instances.
I want to know.
What is wrong with people? What makes this woman think? Like, what did we just do or say that made you think something was wrong? Daisy Mae's got that thing too, right? Like, the more you speak about what is, the more they go, "Oh, what's wrong with everyone? What's wrong with you that you can't take life on life's terms and accept what is?" That's my question. Like, a part of you, Daisy Mae, doesn't want to see me masturbate on a live stream. Cut it the fuck out. You'd totally pay $3 a month for that. You'd pay 3 times more than Slow State's horrible monthly membership to watch me masturbate on live stream. I know you would. So cut the bullshit. You won't tell anyone about it. You'll delete your history after, but you'll watch it. You'll take a gander. Yeah, she's real quiet down there now, huh? What's your email, Daisy Mae? I'm sending a dick pic over there tonight. Spice up your fucking life. And I'm only sending the first 2.5 inches. There's 2 more to go after that, right? So I'll keep you guessing and thinking about that. Yeah.
And another 2 under the jelly roll, right?
Potentially. I got to work on exposing that.
Yeah, but Daisy Mae.
It's coming out of its shell.
She may try and use that against you, Paul.
Oh my God. Oh, she's doing the oh my God thing. What's next? Policeman involved, huh, Daisy Mae? Heard that one before.
No, her pixelated vagina.
Doing the oh my God, right?
Her pixelated vagina.
Yeah. What's next? The restraining order? Yeah, got plenty of those. Let's go, lady. See what you got.
Pixelated.
She's got to prove that it's your dick.
Right. And everyone knows that I have a bizarre blotch-like sort of shape on my genitals, much like Michael Jackson. So you don't even know. What if I just cover that and you don't see that part? You're not going to be able to prove it. There's no splotch. That's how they couldn't get Michael. He covered the splotch.
You could get
Shut up, Snafu Creature. We're learning shit here today, and you're talking over all the good shit.
Yeah, we're learning that you got vitiligo.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Your genitals.
Vitiligo? How dare you?
But yeah,
That's herpes simplex 8, and it's treatable. Go fuck yourself.
All right, I digress.
I'm still thinking about.
It's not a real disease.
I don't want to fucking your channel. I can't put my balls on shit on your.
I think I'm done with you for the day. You have somewhere else you can go? Harass everybody? Put forth this horrible, embarrassing content?
Gay black witches of mods are good done for. Today was glorious, Daddy.
Notice how the numbers are up, Daisy Mae? Yeah. Talk of My Genitals runs those numbers right up. Okay, so you're in good company, and you should be thankful and grateful. Sick of these unthankful, ungrateful, middle-aged women. They don't know what they got here with me. You know? Are we going to move forward?
Yeah,
Please.
I think we might need to drop the drawbridges, as in like bridges as well, and drawers, to let people on the stream if there's not a link.
Is that your pet name for Fat Cynthia? Is that your pet name for Fat Cynthia's labia? The drawbridge?
Oh no! And that goes along with the whole medieval
Sorry, that wasn't right. Yeah, that wasn't right. That Tarek's gonna be upset with that one. Tarek has given me advice many times. Paul, you don't talk about women. You don't talk about women. I go, maybe you got your mama's spirit. All right, let's move on.
Yeah, I just had a thought. Maybe we could all come up here in our gray sweats, right? You know, it's like kind of walking the line. It's kind of what the girls do.
Oh,
you know?
Paul Tarek is getting better.
I would come up here in gray sweats, but you won't see anything. There won't be anything going on. See my stomach. Is he wearing gray sweats? I don't know. I can't see over the stomach. All right, let's move on, please. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Did you not hear me before? God. Got Donald Trump here, for God's sakes. Get a hold of yourself, people. And it's some real fucking news. Real happenings. Real current events. What's Donnie pissed about? A new category of crime is on the rise, okay? And that's in quotes, people. I don't write it, I just report it. Let's get to it.
There's violent crime, there's migrant crime. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's going to be worse than any other form of crime. You look at New York City, what's going on, police, they want to fight police officers. Our criminals don't even do that so much, okay? I've never seen them.
What's up with the Trump crowd nowadays? Used to be a very attractive crowd. They just cut over and it looked like the orcs from Mordor. This Republican thing is really going down the drain quick, huh? All right, whatever.
The police officers in the middle of the street, and we have to do something about it.
What do you make of that, Griff? A new category of crime.
So it's very fascinating, and I'm not going to divulge a private conversation with my CBP sources, but that moment actually, Stu, and you didn't know this, that moment really stood out to me last night because most of the numbers and the information we put out is at point of contact. And then
I can't get through it. Sorry. If you wanted to hear more there, go look it up. I can't get through with these people. Okay. Stu. That's his last name. His first name is Beef. Okay. The guy's a real beef stew. That's what they used to call him on the East Coast. He's an empty pocket, a rusty nail, a broken finger. He's an incompetent. He's incapable. He's effeminate, like they all are. Stu, tell us more in a condescending tone about what we're going to do and be. Stu. Thoughts on any of that? Let's move forward quickly, please. Was that snafu? No more mumbling from you. No more grumbling. No more mumbling. Nothing, please. I'm recentering. I'm refocusing. Breaking slave news. Very somber occasion. U.S. vetoes resolution that would demand ceasefire in Gaza. So you thought that they wanted peace and ceasefire. No, that's just Jack Talcott. Okay. The rest of these folks are profiteering. Money's evil, maybe, but they want more of it. And the way that they get it is putting you and everyone else in slavery and genocide. I know. It's not what you wanted to hear, but that's how government works. Get over it.
Olympia, people gathering to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. This happened on the steps of the state capitol. Demonstrators also calling to save the children of Gaza who are caught in the crossfire in the war between Israel and Hamas. According to the health ministry in Gaza, more than 29,000 Palestinians have been killed since the war began, and most of them are women and children.
That was the point,
the U.S.
dumbass.
vetoed a UN resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Isn't that all that's left in Gaza? Women and children. There's for like the longest, there hasn't been any war-fighting men there.
Insisted a hostage release should be part of the deal to stop the fighting, and the vetoed proposal wouldn't have accomplished that.
We're eager to continue working with the council on this proposal, one that would see a temporary ceasefire as soon as practicable, based on the formula of all hostages being released.
A White House spokesperson says they will continue meetings this week in the Middle East to work on a hostage deal and a temporary ceasefire.
Well,
Right. More bullshit. They're not going to stop till the state of Israel gets what it wants. Because United States Corporation and UK have a special relationship with the state of Israel, as we know. As Donnie has said many times before, we don't know what that specifically means, special relationship, but we have some ideas. India farmer protest turns violent as talks with government fail. Well, who could have seen that coming? It's not like they're purposely creating worldwide dissent on many levels and reenacting farmers' revolutions worldwide. Wonder what revolution's going to be next after that. Go to it. Let's hear more. We're going to learn here. No audio component. All right, I'll narrate. What the hell? They're making me work for it today. The tensions are rising. Government's failed. You got a bunch of beekeepers who are really upset. We're sick of Jack Calcott. We don't want to hear his broadcast anymore. We're sick of these beta males as well. This is complete chaos. Dakar Calcott.
ऐसे हालात में बैठे करना मुझे उचित नहीं लगता दिल्ली की तरफ जाने का बाद में अभी
Okay, you know, this is where I cut. This is perfect segue right here, okay? Because this is still new. I don't care what anybody says. Still new. and always will be majestic and glamorous. So let's cut right to that.
From ABC News,
Nice.
reporters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Lindsay Davis.
We are now live from the ABC News studio speaking with Jack Talcott, an anti-war activist from Spokane, Washington. Jack Talcott, thank you so much for joining us. According to various organizations from Human Rights Watch to the UN, the violence in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank has claimed countless Palestinian lives over the last couple of years. For people who are unclear from afar exactly what the unrest is about, is it clearly boiled down to a land dispute, or is it far more complicated than that?
Possibly. I really think what's happening today with the genocide that's happening in Israel and the profiteering from wars and conflicts that the industrial complex continues to do.
Whoa.
Brothers and sisters, there is a sickness throughout the world. It's called selfishness, fear.
Can you see any path forward to peace or diplomacy?
For my hopes, my purpose, I'm really trying to find a way to bring peace. Peace to what I'm doing here, because this is a step for me to go other places, like maybe in boardrooms and stuff, and say, hey, look, see, there's peace out here. You can see doing peace. And then, eventually get into other boardrooms. While there are others doing these atrocious things, there are also some amazing human beings doing some incredible things towards the light, towards solving problems, helping establish drinking water, wells in these underdeveloped areas, underdeveloped parts of the world. There's other men and women who are helping to educate the children, the men and women who are stuck, economically or politically stuck between these lands, these refugees. Dude, can you imagine? I mean, I know how this sounds, but if God could allow me to find a way to help try and negotiate peace, or at least encourage those people in positions to do so, to help encourage them to use diplomacy to bring peace to the world. Dude, that'd be something to tell the grandkids about, right?
Jack Talcott, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Holy shit, he looks old.
This week in the Middle East, hundreds of thousands of leaflets being dropped all across what remains of Gaza and now the West Bank. And they're all a result from one man's efforts. Jack Talcott, a former U.S. postal employee turned radical activist. NBC investigators now with new information from Israeli intelligence experts claiming that Talcott, quote, rented and chartered his own cargo plane, had it flown to Israel, and dropped the leaflets himself. Ali, what else do we know about the leaflets Jack Talcott is dropping in Gaza? Are they telling people to get out?
Yeah, so there's two things going on here. One is, as you know, there's no electricity, there's no internet, there's a very sketchy internet. If you have power to be able to power up the internet, so communications are largely down, which is really just becoming more of an issue for Gazans because Talcott has now also managed to take over the local television networks.
Oh my gosh, that must be terrible for those poor people.
Now broadcasting his manifesto in addition to dropping the propaganda leaflets.
Oh no.
And so, yeah. Andrea, as you could imagine, Palestinians are pretty demoralized at this point. And especially since, Jack Talcott is basically on every channel.
And just very briefly, there's no place they can go. For many of them, there's no exit. The Rafah border is closed, and Jack Talcott fumbled his self-proclaimed opportunity for negotiations.
That's right.
As he called it, with Egyptian President El-Sisi.
That Talcott never lets a good crisis go to waste.
A thigh massage.
A thigh massage, yes.
Very odd.
Crazy faces. So there's some talk of nebulous negotiations involving Egypt about what to do, but for the moment, nobody can get out of Gaza. Men, women, children, everyone, including our own NBC press team, is stuck here with Jack Talcott.
Okay, so what is the purpose of these leaflets, and What message is Jack Talcott trying to convey with them, Ali?
For two reasons. One is for real humanitarian reasons, but the other reason, as far as we can tell, is to basically promote his so-called self-help brand, Live Without Fear. It is said, it is believed that there are leaflets dropped by Talcott and his team into particular areas, written in Arabic, which are warning people that they're confused, in a state of delusion, and or in their imaginations. Some of the leaflets even imply that Jack Talcott is the second coming of Christ. But these leaflets in particular are warnings about what could happen to Gazans if they refuse to listen to Jack's guidance.
I don't even know who Jack Talcott is, but he sounds like an infidel, and I want nothing to do with him.
I'm not sure how much use leaflets are going to be, because most people are just tossing them on the ground, lighting them on fire, or just ignoring them altogether.
If I lived in Gaza, I'd ask Jack Talcott why he thought it necessary to undergo such environmental waste in order to inform an already war-torn people, half of them children, by the way, that all they need is love, brothers and sisters.
Actually, we did just happen to ask Talcott about his impact on the environment, but his answer was quite indistinct. He said, we're working on that to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, but there's one unfolding behind us right now, Andrea.
I think it's time to lead our world to peace. Enough leading to war. We've discovered a lot about humans and human behavior through the various wars. We're here not to be at war with each other. Sincerely, that's just illogical. This life, it brings us adventures. I never, for the life of me, thought I would end up spending time on, Lockheed C-130 Hercules, for example, dropping love bombs and messages of peace over Gaza. It's pretty cool. Life is pretty damn cool. And life, man, it's a crazy adventure. Holy cows, man, praise God. If there is something amazing happening here, it's going to be historical. My goals, my ambitions, I know they sound like impossible, but I believe regardless of opinions, I know what I'm talking about. It makes perfect sense. And I don't think I'm crazy because this makes sense to me. I think God takes us alone to these periods of isolation and desolation through the desert, so to say. God allows us to lead ourselves and to be led through these tough times for the purposes of refinement.
And what does Jack Talcott know about tough times? He hasn't experienced what us Palestinians have. The absolute hubris.
75 years of fighting, and he's going to stop it single-handedly. Is he retarded?
We live in a world where the purpose is to get along, right? We know that disagreements will come up. We know that differences may emerge, but our number one focus is to get along. Maybe we can do a little bit more because people have been confused. People have been misled. People have been traumatized, brainwashed. Please walk with me. I know it might be uncomfortable, but might even feel a little icky. I just want peace, man. And there's a lot of innocent men and women who could use peace and opportunity for peace when we join together as children of God with the purposes of offering our prayers for
praise
peace,
God.
our prayers for salvation, our prayers for the wars to end.
I mean, curse you, Talcott.
That they see. I'd like to actually have an opportunity in the realm of diplomacy. You get the right ideas, the right people together at the right time. Why couldn't it be us? Why couldn't it be this time? And why couldn't the idea be, it's time for peace? We are the ones to bring the healing. I think it's possible, and I think it's for real. I think God's ready to raise me up. All of you, all of us can be a part of raising me up, raising this up when people stop fighting.
We just want food, water, and to get the hell away from Jack Talcott.
Wouldn't it be easier to have abundance and prosperity if nation states weren't spending so much damn money on wars, militarization? We have wars today going on because people chose to send massive militaries and weapons and war at each other. And the United States, we are funding this.
This is all Jack's fault.
people are suffering. People are dying today. Why? Because they lack the answers. They lack the solutions.
Jack Talcott won't leave us alone. He won't leave us alone. Make him leave us alone.
You don't want to listen? All right. You can live here in this world without God's blessings and support. You can walk away from me. I'll allow it. You know, you want to see what it's like.
Breaking news this morning, Hamas now vowing to put a stop to Jack Talcott.
Let it be known, our people are fed up with Jack Talcott and his non-solutions for peace.
I'm seeing people suffering. That will convince people to change.
Our strategic plans will change. Hamas will divert all attention away from Israeli defense forces and now focus instead on preventing Jack Talcott from further terrorizing Palestinians.
But that's why I'm trying to find others to join us.
And we have now the full backing and support from the Iranian government.
Iranians now recognize that Jack Talcott must be stopped at all costs.
This week, Hamas launching retaliatory missile strikes against Talcott's leaflet campaign.
Sincerely, I'm trying to offer things that I feel are pretty important. Peace, ending wars, being authentic, growing into better human beings. I actually think these are kind of important topics.
Top Pentagon officials informing CBS that Hezbollah and Houthi rebels have now joined the fight against Jack Talcott.
Your lack of faith and lack of gratitude is what brings you worry and discomfort. The Palestinian people have, I won't say caused harm, but they have been a hindrance to my efforts to free them from slavery.
He's still alive.
What? Impossible.
Guys, I'm here trying to share inspiration and encouragement, but the reality is behind the scenes, I'm also trying to pick up pieces of my life. And if you're not able to control yourself, you can continue your happy life without me. I don't care.
Bring me Jack Talcott.
Palestinians revel in celebration today following the capture of American activist Jack Talcott last Tuesday.
Where is your peace? Where is your love now, Jack Talcott? What does Jack have to offer us now? And more importantly, what is America willing to offer for Jack Talcott's freedom, assuming they offer anything at all?
You offer me nothing but bullshit.
Choose wisely, Americans, or this infidel will pay dearly.
Well, tell you what, you figure out what you offer me.
I have no heart. President Biden stated Tuesday his administration normally takes all hostage situations very seriously.
Get into the now, America. Jack's time is short.
But said that due to Talcott's previous, quote, assault with a U-Haul on the White House, Israel's President Benjamin Netanyahu would be responsible for any formal negotiations with Hamas.
If it gets him out of Israel's hair, we will gladly pay this debt and extradite Talcott back to America.
I have one word. Don't. Don't.
What an ungrateful, ridiculous train wreck.
Well, there it is. I mean, again, folks are unthankful and ungrateful for all that Jack Talcott has done, even in that situation, indirectly stopping the Israeli-Gaza war, because all of the Houthis and Hamas have turned their attention on Jack Talcott. So once again, he indirectly stopped a war, ended wars, and essentially legal secrets, and nobody gave him any thanks or praise. They were completely unthankful and ungrateful. Your thoughts on that, Emmanuel, Christos?
No, those Middle Eastern people are very simple people, but wise people, right? You know, they have good discernment, right?
I don't know. I think they got it wrong on this one.
You think
when it comes to Jack? Yeah, I think they've misjudged him.
Yeah, then I guess they were ungrateful, right?
All right, let's move forward. We're going to finish up the break in slave news. Maybe we'll do a couple cops shooting citizen slaves. I haven't decided yet. Let's get to the rest of this here. Apparently, Julian Assange's wife joins the protest against his extradition to U.S. They say his life is in danger. I don't know if we're going to cover that one. I think we'll move past that one for now. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp announces he's sending more National Guard troops to the U.S.-Mexican border. And I think this one's good because the thumbnail's great. It's pretty much a pack of chimpanzees crowding around, looking like embarrassing fools, and pretending to be valuable and important representatives of the citizenry. Let's go to that.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Let me just first thank everybody for joining us for this important announcement.
That's
for being with us today.
Coverage.
Our constitutional officers, I'm not going to name all of them because I think we have all of them with us today. I certainly want to thank the leadership in the House and Senate from the Republican majority caucuses that are here with us today. Just cannot thank the General Assembly enough for their support in this effort, but also a lot of other things that we're working on. And one of those is our shared commitment to protecting Georgians from the disastrous effects of Joe Biden's failure to secure the U.S. southern border. We're also joined by just a great man, someone who has led our state with distinction, Major General Tom Carden of the Georgia National Guard. Thank you, General, for your service and for your folks. Director Chris Stallings of the Georgia Emergency Management.
All right, I think I'm done. I can't listen anymore. I'm sorry. You can go listen to more of that, more than 30 seconds of it. But thank you for your service. That's all I heard. And that's all that matters. These people are in service to you. Forget about the fact that the country is completely tearing itself apart from the middle using this thing we call democracy that was never supposed to exist to begin with. We'll just completely ignore that. So send some more troops down there, spend some more money, lock up that border while the other side opens it wide and pays everyone to come on in. All right, that's what you want to see happening. It's completely divided, disconnected. And let's be clear. The folks on the right side aren't exactly doing their best to stop any of this. It seems they're playing off of it. All right. So basically both sides are playing the middle against each other. Your thoughts, Emmanuel, before we move on, if you have any, Christos? It's always the case. If not, we'll just move forward.
I don't know. How is it that a bunch of weekend warriors are supposed to defend us when all the real warriors are on foreign land? Just makes no sense.
Wow. Again, I mean, this would circle back to the idea that the folks who left here to go fight foreign wars of corruption were never real warriors to begin with. They're little boys playing in the sand with their toys. Their masters and daddies wearing their dog tags like a bunch of animals. So I don't contend those are real warriors. I contend those are unlovable, disconnected, disenfranchised, as I've said many times before, slaves who've been ordered to do the bidding of their corporate central banker masters. There's nothing honorable or authentic about that. Simply going and doing war does not make one a warrior. You have to first conquer the war from within. That's the fight they never want to engage in.
They don't want you to focus on that fight either.
All right, let's move forward here. 1.2 billion in student debt canceled for certain folks. That is the headline. So I'm sure they'll be happy about that. That's not going to affect the economy at all. That's not going to affect the service providers. No. We're just, we'll just go around figuring out all different ways to keep everybody safe from accountability, responsibility, and entrepreneurial, rugged individualism. And we'll just forgive everybody's unnecessary debts that they took out in order to supposedly better their life, but they couldn't because they didn't know who and what they were completely. So they wasted everybody's time, energy, attention, and resources. What else is new? How do we reward that behavior? By rescinding all the money and giving it back and forgiving it, right? Don't hold them ultra accountable. Don't make them pay their debts. No, just forgive them for their lack of accountability, competence, and capability. and lack of awareness and enable the behavior to continue. What a great option. I wish I thought of that.
Student loan borrowers are debt-free after the Biden administration canceled more than $1 billion worth of loans today. Now, this is part one of its SAVE plan, which was launched just last summer. The White House says these loan cancellations are coming about 6 months earlier than were originally planned. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to break it down for us. Who is affected, Brian, in this phase one?
Yeah, well, this forgiveness is not going to count borrowers that have $200,000 of debt that just graduated. This is going to be for people that have been paying for 10 years at minimum and have loans under $12,000. So it's very targeted. Again, this is part of a phased approach that the Biden administration is using to try to forgive student debt after they, as you recall, tried to forgive debt for 43 million borrowers in the form of basically scratching anything under $20,000 in terms of total loans borrowed. But that was struck down by the Supreme Court. So the Biden administration and the Department of Education trying to do this targeted approach for certain types of borrowers.
So how do you sign up, Coach? How do you enroll?
Yeah, well, and by the way, the administration is saying that out of 30 million borrowers that could be eligible for this, only 7 million have really applied so far. And that's because not a lot of people might be aware of the plan to begin with. So there are two steps to this. First of all, you would only be eligible for this forgiveness if you're already enrolled in what they call that Saving on a Valuable Education or SAVE plan that was only unveiled last year. Once you're eligible for that, then you would do another check based off of the criteria we just talked about to see if you're eligible for forgiveness. So a lot of people aren't even enrolled.
Oh no, they tried to confuse everyone there, but I caught on to it, right? Folks who learn from the information that's out there, they're the idiots. This is education. When you pay people for paperwork that says you're indoctrinated and able to perform a function you might not actually be able to fulfill. So that's the weird thing about actual education, is it can actually be done best with the self, just like governance. Oh, that's right. We forgot about that. So folks who learn from the same books they all have and the same professors they all have and the same YouTube information that they all pour over, those folks are retarded. What you need to do is pay $20,000 so some clown can give you their version of the teaching for you to take it in and then regurgitate it back out. Right. And the institutionalized folks think that they have the higher ground. They don't understand how life or anything within it works, it seems. But they'll continue. They'll continue taking out loans to go to their corporate masters to be given safe passage by the gatekeepers into their corporate fascist positions to do the bidding of their masters. That is the Matrix B system of power. You'll never find your own path or your own purpose. You'll never mind your own business. You'll always be beholden to the state of and its licensing and all the underlings in their empty suits. Get a fucking clue what it means to be an American man. Get a clue what it means to be self-made when you walk in faith with a higher calling and a higher order consciousness. Let's move forward. Kevin O'Leary issues dire warning over California Democrats' $50 minimum wage push. So not only are they forgiving all the student loan debt, but they're now going to push up the minimum wage to $50 to really destroy this nation. It's a targeted hit, folks. When are you going to get a clue? When are you going to do something different for yourself and everyone else? Get some fucking value. Get a process that creates value. Get on the damn land. Grow some plants. Get some self-sustainability in your life and disconnect from these people and their ideologies and institutions and economic non-systems. You're trading fiat currency with no backing. If you've got any more than a certain amount sitting somewhere, you better trade that value in for something that is a hard asset. You're going to find yourself in serious trouble here soon. And that's not me doing fear porn. That is my honest assessment and sentiment. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, $50. That's astonishing. That's like making. They went from they made the 5. They made the 20 the new 5, and now they're making the 50 the new 20. That's crazy. That's
Emmanuel. You don't understand. These people can't afford Starbucks anymore. They can't afford Netflix. They can't afford Spotify. Right? They can't afford to be a member of Joe Rogan's Patreon anymore. So they have to find a way to up the minimum wage so these people can continue to live their empty, vapid, shallow, materialistic, going nowhere, purposeless, meaningless lifestyle. Straight out of the corporate anus it's spewed out of, right? That's what their whole existence has become. They've branded you. What do you think branding was about? It's cattle terminology. They've used the corporations to brand the people. They've got you in vice and codependency with Shaitan.
Yeah, I see that we've become their stock, so to speak. If you let yourself, I guess.
It's not called State Farm for no reason, sir. It's livestock. It's not called the stock market for no reason.
Or preferred stock.
They're trading value in slaves. It's called trading in the souls of men, and it's been done since the beginning of time. You folks supposedly started a civilization and a society off of a man who rebuked it. Did you want to praise him or become like him? That's the question. Let's move forward. Not even going to go to the headline. Not even going to go to the news. It doesn't matter. They're pushing $50 minimum wage. They'll probably get it done or something half that or close, and it's all for a reason. It's targeted economic hit. They're burning the place down for the insurance money, and they're going to move on. Distraught family wants answers from police after officers fatally shot grandfather on his own property. Wow. It was for democracy and safety, I'm sure. Let's hear more.
And off the top at 11 tonight, and only on Local 10, never before seen video of an officer-involved shooting in southwest Miami-Dade. A family says just days after Thanksgiving and without warning, police shot and killed a father of 3. Loved ones say it happened while he was with his teenage son trying to protect their property from intruders.
And now his children are sharing what they saw that day. Local 10's Christina Vasquez has the exclusive.
We were on our property trying to protect our property because someone was trying to rob us.
They're covering up my dad's death.
There are siblings gripped, they say, by the trauma
My dad!
of seeing their father, Osvaldo Quelly.
He was my best friend.
He was a people person. It was my father. He was my life.
Shot dead on their driveway.
You guys hurt my dad! My dad! There's blood gushing from his face. He was struggling to breathe.
Who say what police said about the incident.
Gives you a great understanding of the dangers that the officers face every single day.
They're the
The only
victims.
person that didn't make it home was my dad.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing a husband says after he beats his wife when he's at therapy. You know, I'm really going to help you understand the dangers I face every day in the world that allows me to act like a tyrant and excuse and justify my behavior. Right? It's the rallying cry of a gaslighting, power-hungry, control freak narcissist everywhere. If it wasn't for the environment, what we have to deal with, we wouldn't be so abusive and tyrannical. That's not how that works. Hello? Right.
He was home.
Is at friction with what they witnessed.
There was no cop lights. There was no sirens.
Someone came into our property.
That was a hit.
And caught on camera.
What dangers do the police face exactly when they're killing thousands of people, many times unarmed in the streets, for not complying with their wishes and beliefs and orders and indoctrination? Tell me all about the dangers they face. Riding around, patrolling men and women like they're slaves or like they're in an institution, because it's already a prison planet, right? In order to, by kind of taking a little bit of the verbiage from Mr. Jones over there, right? Over there. I say over there because, you know, another guy who couldn't stand up when the time came at court or anywhere else had to hire another man to speak for him while he was sweating like a pig under them lights. Got no time for you anymore, Mr. Jones and the rest of you.
I'm kind of retarded.
Yeah, these folks are kind of retarded, or they like to act like they're retarded because they're cowardly. And they want to put on and act like they're so big and mighty and strong. And when it comes time to do the talking at court, they all shut up and they go to sweating and ask some little beta male effeminate creature in an empty suit to speak for them. We're done with you. So we know what it's going to take to go to the next level. The majority probably ain't going to do it, at least not right now. And that's why we're going to sink a little bit deeper into tyranny and degradation and demoralization. See, that's the key. No value for life.
They wouldn't even want you in one of their venues talking like that.
Like where it happened.
It is November 29th. Osvaldo Quilly III is with his dad managing the family's large Redland property, he says, when they spot two people trespassing.
We beeped like this, and then as me and my dad were getting closer, they ran, and then they hopped the gate. I hopped the gate after them, trying to get a picture of
Oh yeah, this just in. See down there, he reminded me, so I checked in. Yeah, this just in from backstage. There was a falling coconut in the area. That's why the policy enforcement blew the man away in his own driveway, right? A simple mistake. Could have happened to anybody.
Tag, but I couldn't get it.
His dad, he says, returns to the home to arm himself. And then as they approach this area, the 19-year-old sees two vehicles approach, he says, and then shots fired.
I just see like two black Ram trucks, like
undercover
from
hit,
this
huh?
side, like against traffic.
Is that the cartel? No, that's policy enforcement. They're here to keep you safe.
Because they were still shooting at me. We could not tell they were police.
He says these bullet holes are from the officer firing at them through the windshield of the unmarked police unit.
This one starts shooting out the window without like
The bloodlust is unprecedented at this point.
No cop lights, there was no sirens. He didn't say anything. Never announced.
Well, if they want to start taking guns, they could start taking the police's guns. That's for sure.
At the time, police said detectives with their illegal dumping unit responded to a call about a possible stolen car. Shots were fired and a firearm was recovered.
The gun you mentioned your dad got from the house, was that
More proof slaves can't have guns.
It was on his waist, like you could see it. It was like here. If he would have reached for it, you would have seen him like to reach for it. He never did any of that.
He says bullets whiz by him as he jumps over the fence back to their house where his older sister, Gabriella, spots him.
He looked very scared.
Races toward the fence.
They just tried robbing us, and why is my dad on the ground?
If you thought about open carrying today,
They pulled me over.
Dad! No! Dad!
I was face to face with his body. I saw his eyes roll back to his head. They never once tried to save him. No lights, no uniform, plain clothing, and a holster. Just like my dad was dressed. I'm still in shock. I am still scared. We just want justice for my dad is all.
In a statement, Miami-Dade police say no information can be disclosed because there is still an open Professional Compliance Bureau investigation. And a spokesperson for FDLE tells us,
What is Christie up to down there with the crisis actors thing? We're going to do that now? So on the off chance that this is fake, like we're just going to go ahead and say that this is completely fake out hand and potentially like dishonor these people and that father. So if your father was like shot in the head on the ground, bleeding out, and you were screaming and yelling, you'd like it if someone said crisis actors, right? That would make sense to you. So let's just jump right out the window. It's crisis. You're like really on it today, huh, Kirsty? Like really active today. She didn't sound genuine, right? You would know what that sounds and looks like, right? It's fascinating. We'll just holler out, crisis actor. She didn't sound genuine. We know what it's like. We know what a woman sounds like when the father gets shot in the face right in front of him. We know what that sounds like. We've been through it over and over again. Yeah, you make no sense. You have no idea what's going on here. Neither do I. And for you to project onto it is foolishness. And it's like every time with you people. Every time we show a body cam or something, every single time it's AI, it's deep state, it's crisis actors. Oh yeah, they're not actually killing people, right? It's not happening. It's not real. Doesn't exist.
that their investigation remains active and no conclusions have been made.
He was there with my dad in that moment.
That's the thing is they don't have to be crisis actors for NBC to come in and stage a photo shoot and go, okay, go over and hug your brother. Right. And them actually hug and it be kind of awkward and weird because it's not a genuine, authentic moment. It's kind of manufactured. Is it possible that you're like picking up on the manufactured nature of this broadcast rather than the sentiment of the beings because of the way that it's shot and the perspective and the tone and just how it all is really not synchronistic in a sense? Maybe that's what's going on.
Feels like he shouldn't have ever ran away, but if he didn't run away, he would have been dead too. They were shooting to kill.
The Quelly siblings say what they are seeking.
I love you.
Is a full accounting of the events leading up to the death of their father on the family's property.
It's just not right and what they did.
In the Redland, Christina Vasquez, Local 10 News.
Those kids are gonna own a piece of Miami. If
All
the
right,
story
well-
is true, right? If it's not all crisis acting, right?
Yeah, everything's crisis acting. Cops don't kill people. They don't take your rights. People don't go to prison every day for shit they didn't do. No, it doesn't exist. All fake. Fake news. All right. Let's see. City of brotherly love tightening it up as inflation squeezes wallets. Well, that's self-explanatory. No kidding, by the way.
Miss Pizza's questioning your discernment down there. I think she's trying to get folded up like a pizza.
You're surprised because I usually have great discernment. Are we going to cycle back to how this broadcast started? 6 months ago when I told you the guy you were with was a yellow-skinned, dead-eye, soulless infidel, and you said I was being harsh, and it took you 6 months to figure it out, living with someone, when all I had to do was lay eyes on them? But you're surprised about my discernment, right? I guess that goes two ways. So I didn't absolutely see objectively that was crisis acting there, and my discernment's off. You and the yellow-skinned Voldemort creature, that was just an innocent mistake. Anybody could have done that. You need more space. There you go. There you go. See what it's really about? Yeah, you see?
She wants to make that stationary pizza a rotationary pizza.
Emmanuel, please. God, this guy's getting too comfortable around here. It always happens that way. Same thing like Christos, talking over every clip. Can't even understand what he's saying. Just wants to be seen and heard. Right in the middle of something here, Emmanuel. Come on now. You know better than this. You've been here a while with me. You're looking to get spanked down there and fucked, and I don't know if I can get that done. Right? I checked you out a while back on the Facebook, and a little chunky there. Right? So between you and I don't know if physically we can get it done. I might be able to spank you. Sound a lot like two hams slapping together. But yeah, other than that, I might not be able to achieve penetration on you. The physics are off. We can get into it more, right? I did a whole thing with 911 on physics, thermodynamics, gravity, the whole thing. All right, so we might not be able to make that happen. All right, let's just move forward right here, okay? Christy Lee is upset about my discernment. I've disappointed her. That happens rather regularly. I'd like to say this doesn't usually happen, but it's quite the opposite. Crisis in the Northwest inside one of Oregon's largest homeless camps with a former drug dealer. And I suspect this is where Jack Slavecott and Slow State and the rest will wind up shortly.
I was in the drug world for 27 years. My dad was a gang leader in the Latin Kings, introduced me to the drug world and a life of addiction and violence. As a kid, 8 years old, started drinking, 11 years old for the first time in my time in the drug world. I acquired 14 knife wounds and 2 gunshot wounds. And I used to call that stuff fun. It started with crank prior to methamphetamine. But methamphetamine, opiates, I had most things on board all the time. So I'm literally doing opiates and speed and booze and just deadly cocktails every day. Overdosed a bunch. My first overdose was at 14 years old. I lost my identical twin brother to the drug world. And probably one of the worst statements that I ever heard was, "Halo life, nobody loves you. Why don't you kill yourself?"
That was me. That was actually me. I just want to be clear. That was me who said that. And I'm not going to apologize for saying that to him. But maybe I could have used a different approach. I'll just say that.
Said, God never.
3 businesses were hit. String of
To be clear, it's understandable. It was right after a Jack Talcott broadcast. That's why I told that man that.
Burglaries in Northeast Portland.
City in decline.
Robbed and carjacked at gunpoint. This is not the city we once knew. Crime is skyrocketing, and the homeless crisis has reached a breaking point.
Sprawled on the side.
How and why is this happening in our city?
Portland.
God damn it, Paul.
Hi, my name is Matthew Macera, and I am the Executive Director of Be Bold Street Ministries. Be Bold Street Ministries is a Christ-centered ministry. Today we are at Wallace Marine Park in Salem, Oregon, and just behind me here is one of the largest encampments in the state of Oregon with folks that are currently living on the streets. We're out sharing the Word of God with people, praying with people.
Amen.
Good to see you, brother. Brought out some cold weather sleeping bags that will keep people warm down to 35 and then some 25 degrees because this weekend is going to be really cold. We had somebody engage in treatment today, which is amazing.
I'm just trying to get clean, just trying to get out of here. Trying to do what I can to become a citizen of the outside world.
I don't know if I even want to be indoors. You know, because I'm not used to being indoors.
Indoors is harder when you're out for so long. I had an apartment for a little while. They put me in a dive and with the cockroaches, and I couldn't handle the cockroaches mostly, but I couldn't handle the four walls. I couldn't handle the limitations and the lack of nature, and that's what I couldn't handle. So I don't know that if I was to go indoors again, I'd rather be someplace out than in town. I don't want to be in town. I don't want to be stuck.
It's gotten way worse. There used to be a sense of dignity, but it's just degraded over time and just progressed. You know what I mean? Like, we used to care. We used to never leave our garbage out.
Somebody tells you they like it. They like not bathing. They like not eating food, or they are cool with eating food that's no longer fit for human consumption. I'm drinking creek water. I got super sick over and over, eating food that is rotten. You know, somebody tells you that they like any of that, they're not doing well. And that's after 10 years as an adult being on the streets. The Housing First model doesn't stop drug addiction. It doesn't get rid of, somebody's, co-occurring things, whether there is an A&D component and a mental health component. Giving somebody a house doesn't resolve that. I have a totally new life today. I see it solely as a blessing. To be able to come alongside, because we did. You got to meet some folks. Some of them I've known half my life. They knew me when, I was not necessarily the most friendly or approachable person. So I get to come back and genuinely love all these folks out here.
All right, I'm going to stop him right there because you know what? I'm not going to let this fucking guy promote his program indirectly on this broadcast for building houses. I got my own program, pal, and it's way more successful than your crap going on over there. This is a perfect time. Segue master.
We know the right answers. We can all do better. I'm freezing. Hopefully this goes through. God bless America and communities for sharing the abundance that they offer. I'm going to go inside and warm up in their establishment, but unfortunately I don't have a penny to offer them today. Hopefully that'll change soon.
I just want to thank each and every single volunteer for coming and doing this, because you're making a slave's dream come true.
Habitat for Slavery is a non-profit organization that helps less fortunate, demoralized, and/or low to moderate income slaves become responsible homeowners. Applicants are selected based on their level of need, their willingness to follow Habitat for Slavery's required criteria, and the ability to pay their mortgage or rent.
Today, I'm a renter, although the rent is paid for the next year, so I don't have to worry about it. Shelter is secure for those who know of my situation. I was able to upgrade my living circumstances, so now I can proudly say, this is my home.
Our organization really strives to find and vet the most suitable and appropriately skilled volunteers. Folks who have a real desire to provide a home and a space for these helpless slaves. They're enthusiastic. go-getters and love living life.
Applicants are also required to help build their own home, as well as other Habitat homes with what's called sweat equity. Sweat equity is a way for Habitat for Slavery partners to invest their time, which allows us the ability to make mortgages and rent more affordable, not only for looping slaves, but the generous volunteers who work as a team to build safe spaces for them.
They're going to be doing some work, like some slave work.
We here at Habitat for Slavery understand that not every slave has the ability to house themselves without the help of the government.
Dude, I grew up in the woods, in the wilderness, homesteading. I know how to survive. I know how to do shelters and all of this good stuff. I know how to thrive. But the best way to be strong and be confident in what we're building, the best way is to know that you've got a community with you. And I believe those will help people become a lot more self-reliant and less government dependent.
In addition, they must take mandatory financial planning classes in order to become more productive members of society, as well as bi-weekly drug urinalyses to reduce the slave's risk of harming itself or others. Habitat for Slavery works in over 1,400 communities across America and in approximately 70 countries around the world, seeking to connect new homeowners with businesses and people around them to spread, pound, come together, and affect positive change in every aspect of society, projecting outward goodwill and service, acting as a light unto the lost slaves of this world.
You want the best for these slaves, you know? Give them a better life. This is what I'm doing.
One of the most emotional moments in building Habitat homes is the day the volunteers, the sponsors, and the neighbors come to raise the first wall. For many slaves, a hope for a new life starts to become a reality. For the final stage, the key to the new house is handed to the slave applicant. This emotional ceremony marks the start of the slave's new journey as a homeowner. For most slaves, ownership is just a pipe dream. Habitat for Slavery's goal is to make it a reality.
All right, I'm freezing. God bless us. Hopefully this goes out, and hopefully someone besides myself will hear my words. I got good hopes for us all. Live without fear. Namaste. God bless us all. So stop this.
Nobody can say I'm not doing my part out here. Help these pathetic fucking slaves out.
I seen you there. You building, bro.
Listen, we're doing
Putting in
big
that
things,
sweat equity.
big things. Habitat for Slavery. I think that's a good shirt, man. Habitat for Slavery on the front, and on back it says volunteer.
That's a good one.
That was a great shirt.
I want one this time, though.
If only I was desperate and needy like Jack Talcott, Pathetic Warrior, and the rest, I might put out that shirt and sell it out again. Oh, well, maybe they can make it. You guys can make it. Make the Habitat for Slavery shirt and market it. I'll let you do that. This way you guys can pay your fucking rent next month, and you don't have to keep hating on me. It's a win-win. And I'm eating pistachios, okay? That's a little something extra you get on this broadcast. It's like a captivating, intimate experience, right? You can't just go anywhere and hear the broadcaster eat on air. That's a testament to my authenticity. I'm eating pistachios, by the way, if I didn't mention. And that's good fat, okay? That's the story I'm telling. Puts a little bit on the hips, but whatever. All right? Beach season is coming. I'll get back to my routine. All right, let's move on. You guys are fucking dead weight here, and it's probably because I scream at everybody for talking pretty much at all.
I think Talcott is on if you want to go invade over there. See what he's doing. Something about trust.
Christo, see what he just did? I asked you, they can't. See, because once I invoke the Talcott in the videos, then they got to mention Talcott's live, and then they got to do the process, and then now I'm going to go over there, and then they're going to say I self-sabotaged and destroyed my own broadcast, and they're going to say, Paul, why'd you do it to us? You put us back on heroin and methamphetamine and whatever our drug of choice is. We're back on the bottle because you just couldn't give us what we came here for and what we needed. Why did you do that?
Why let a good segue go to waste?
We had such a roll and a flow, and you had to corrupt it and interfere.
No. That was the perfect segue.
No, it's not a perfect segue. Now we're going to Jack Talcott for the last half hour. You did this. Okay, so everybody in the audience, you can no, just stop now. You've done enough. I think the audience would agree you've done enough. You can thank Emmanuel for, again, interfering with the process of the God of all media and the magic that was in the making here, because he wants to watch Jack Talcott live. So we're going to get to Jack Talcott live, and we're going to take some bets here. What are the odds he doesn't do the same cyclical, circuitous bullshit he does every other day and try to convince you he's a victim when really he's a victim of his own circumstance and lack of cognition?
Disclaimer. I'm not there to watch Talcott. I'm there to watch you.
His son victimized him. The wife victimized him. The post office did. Margot did. Spokane did. God did. Paul Enslaved did. And that's the order, right? Because God is less important than Paul Enslaved to Jack Talcott. That's not my dynamic. That's his. Okay, so let's get to it. All right. I'm going to keep eating some pistachios. And we'll watch together like a little watch party, you know?
Get your energy up. Get your energy
up. I think Christy could use some nuts too right now.
To awaken and
go
to
ahead
ignite
and just email it, please.
The spark and the fire within. Ignite the fires of transformation within yourself
and within this world. The surface of reality may tremble with chaos, yet beneath it all, a grand design unfolds. Whisper it. Things are not as they seem. From the shadows, unseen hands steer the course of change. Long-held truths, the very foundations of right and wrong, good and evil, begin to crack. Rules that once bound crumble to dust. Minds once dormant stir, questioning the fabric of existence
Jack's
itself.
about to feel the
Is
thrust
that one
of
of
the
yours?
spirit.
I mean, is that mind you? Are you starting to question yet? This is our time, and I encourage you, if you haven't started questioning yet, recognize the signs. This is a sign. This is a reminder for you. We're here to awaken and to reclaim, we'll get through this another minute or so.
This is the awakening, dear ones. The veils are parting. Everything is going as planned, even when the plan lies hidden beyond mortal comprehension. For millennia, prophets whispered of this time. Hearts yearned for this transformation, and the heavens trembled with anticipation. This is the age of Earth's ascension, and you, brave spirit, chose to be here.
Yeah.
You descended into this world as a beacon
This
of light.
looks eerily familiar, folks.
This cosmic shift. Yet the Earth's density, its thick veil of three-dimensional existence, clouded your memory. Distracted by its illusions, you may have slumbered.
He better not get us hit with copyright with this shit. He doesn't know that he can play that without getting hit.
But now, the echoes of your
Gonna
sacred
get us all
purpose grow
pinched.
louder. Can you feel it? The stirring within, the whispers of a
It's all
destiny
brainwashing
far
propaganda
grander than this
anyway.
material realm. It's time to awaken, to shatter the chains of forgetfulness, and to ignite the celestial fire that burns within your soul.
Yep, New Age.
It is that time.
Yep.
These words
produced specially for him.
The truth is profound,
Yeah.
and it can be received from anywhere. But when you recognize what is true, you can't unsee it. And I used to be bound by the chains of this fading world, right? I was bound by self-imposed limitations that I believed in simply because other people told me to believe in them. Brothers and sisters, there's a power within you that has not been discovered. If the power within us had been shown forth, the world would not be in the state of chaos that it is right now. But the past has brought us forth.
Go on over, Christos.
What we are.
Emmanuel, make Daddy
Another
proud.
note I wrote down with this. I had an inspiring day
Okay.
today, man.
Ask him how many days till the
Choose
house
to
goes.
live with love. We are living at this time of profound change,
Yeah,
where
true.
we have the opportunity to
Where's the
completely shift and
Genuine question
transform
I'm going over.
the trajectory that mankind is collectively heading in. I do believe that this is the time that was prophesized. You know, the so many different cultures and had their mythologies of creation and stories of the floods and stories of our ancestors, and many of them have prophecies of this time where the world would be utterly chaos, utterly confused, and it would become a turning point. This is a point. Where are we going to go? Are we going to ascend ourselves and rise above the limitations of the past, or are we going to repeat the patterns now that we have more destructive technologies, more reasons to divide us, more reasons and ways to divide us? Are we going to continue down those paths, or are we going to change and shift? Because what I believe is this is the time of the shift. There are old dreams. I heard this said elsewhere. Old dreams are regaining power. That's been true in my life. In my life, as I've been developing and growing into positions of leadership and stepping into these different organizations doing nonprofit work. I'm like, what I realized, I was late to the meeting, right? There's been people working on a lot of these things, labor rights, environmental rights, working towards ending the corruption of the governments and corporations. There's been a lot of people on these paths before me, and that's what I realized. I'm nothing special. I'm just joining in, right? I'm just a man that if I'm going to get involved, I want to be involved, and I want to be a part of this. So we are at a time where old dreams are regaining power. And this, I want to speak to you as well. If you happen to be one of the men and women I've spoken to in the past, because I've heard many people tell me, yeah, I've done this stuff you're talking about, Jack. I used to do that. I used to go talk to the politicians. I used to do this. I used to do that, just like you. Well, it's a different time. Okay. And maybe what you tried in the past was a perfect preparation. Maybe you've got some lessons to share with me, but I'm not one who's going to allow the success or failures of others to determine my success or my failure. And so what I'm offering is this is a time where new power or old dreams are regaining power. And I want to encourage you, if you in your past had a dream, had a passion for yourself, maybe it's time to revisit it. Maybe it's time to pick it up again. Now that you've gained some wisdom and some time apart from it, maybe it's time to bring in your perspective again. Because in addition to old dreams are regaining power, the story of what's happening in our world today, there are also a lot of new powers gaining new dreams, old dreams, right? Because what is new? What is new under the sun? In the end, it's always been, it always was, and it always will be, just whatever it is. Brothers and sisters, I am feeling good today. We've got a guest in the back that I'm not sure. I'm going to play it by ear. Welcome, baby Jesus.
Hey, folks, it's just Chris calling from Enslavia. Just have a question in mind. What's the word on your house, Jack? You got like a month or so or something around then left, right? Month and a half.
I've spoken about it before. What's the relevance to your question? I mean, why are you asking today?
It just seemed like a miracle the last time it got saved, whatever that situation was. A little mysterious. And I'm just curious what's going to happen this time around.
Hey, me as well. This is what's so perplexing. You want to place suspicions and ignore my explanations, but what do I talk about pretty regularly? Talk about God, faith in God, the good of God. So why are you worried about my house. Are you willing to do anything about it? No. You're just what? Making me a subject of what? What are you doing, Christos? From Unslavia?
Just asking a question.
But again, I'm asking
But I'm
you to
offering you
explain it.
nothing. So I'm gonna get on my way and do this Uber Eats. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks for joining, Christos. You're an interesting character. And the thing is, it's such a shame because patiently waited for his opportunity, which I appreciated. Could have actually pressed into the knowledge I'm sharing, right? I mean, the knowledge I'm sharing is the topic here today. Finding the spirit of trust and finding the trust of the spirit. Okay, because there is a spirit, there is an essence to life that is greater than just the physical form. Yes, this is Christos here to address any twigs in my eyes. He doesn't see himself though. My. There's a place for us all, and all of us do need to. Do we need? I don't like to suggest that, but there is value to be found in learning. You know, it's good for some people. Many people could learn the value of labor, you know, dedicating yourself to a job, placing a
can't be
purpose
serious.
above yourself, going and accomplishing a task regardless of your feeling, just because it needs to be done. You know, your loyalty, your obligation. Labor and commitment. What they don't understand is, well, from my perception, many of the people alive today don't understand the value of integrity. They don't actually understand what it means to be honor, to have honor.
You got no sound, Emmanuel?
See, because if you honor the truth, well, then you honor authentic.
Yeah, I got sound.
But if you don't honor the truth, you honor deceivers. It's pretty obvious and simple. God's laws are so beautiful, so perfect, so dynamic. You know, we haven't done this yet in this stream, so let's pause for just a moment here. Praise God. God most high, the most holy, your perfection is abound. Your perfection is all that I know. God, thank you, Lord. Thank you, God, for the creation of this day. It's unlike any other. No other day has been as perfectly shown as this. It's all perfect. It's all unique. It's all offered to all of us. This day, this life, it's all offered to us all to share, to experience. And what we experience and share together today is going to be remembered by others, right? By those who we share and experience it with. So, brothers and sisters, life does not have to be life doesn't have to be the way that it's been. I came up with a lot of offensive adjectives, shit show or blah, blah, blah. That was the first one. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. Things don't have to be the way that they have been. There is a greater good that is working through all of us, right? It's the powers of life itself. Those unseen forces that reveal the light, that allow light to move, light to reveal, that allow the light of our consciousness to know. That is what I call God, those powers, those forces. And there's a God in a creation that's, wow. I mean, just, it deserves some honor, man, some respect, some trust, maybe. Because really, here's what I learned for myself. You don't have to trust God. You don't. You don't have to trust other people. You don't. But what's the point of living with distrust? What's the benefit? Maybe you get to prove others right or wrong, whatever. Who cares? In the end, all that matters is what we think, what we say, what we do. That's what really matters. Who are we presenting ourselves forth as? What is the fruit of us? Are we offering encouragement? You know, are we offering the right seasoning into the moments? I've been working on trying to do that. Working on trying to share more pleasantness and more appropriate attention, not necessarily giving attention to the attention seekers, but trying to bring attention to the good, to the love of what I see. Kind of glancing at the chat, I have not paid a lot of attention. I'm assuming there's a couple of conversations going on there. I appreciate and welcome all of you. And for those who do want to join, please feel free. Please feel free to join. Hey, Raccoon City Public House. You have darkness around you, but you're allowing your focus on the darkness to drown out the light that's available. We got a dead Illumitami. Dono's bitches. Dono's like Mitches.
Yeah.
Welcome, brother. How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
I am feeling blessed. Sincerely. Turning you up.
But in a like monetary sense of the system, like do you have plans for whatever happens? Like do you have something to do with your cats and do you have a plan?
No. Yes and no. I still hold prayers that I will find a way to communicate with my son, because ideally I would love for him to take the cats or to care for the cats or do something, but
Is he currently in college?
I don't know. I don't know where he's at.
What
But
about the ex-wife?
she could be an option as well, but she's as out of touch for me as anyone else. But I mean, I also have options. I am in communication with my mom. She certainly doesn't need more cats, but she's offered to help me with like a storage for fees for a storage unit for personal effects, stuff like that. So I got stuff figured. Everything will come together. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
I have faith. Okay, because God moves through all of us. God works through everything and everyone that is. And God will determine the outcome. But my prayer is that he will open the mind. I've talked to a lot of people. In this town. Today I had lunch with a guy, an old friend from work. So my prayer is that God will open the mind, move someone's heart, and the right answer will show up. That's the way it's been happening. The right answer will show up at just the right time.
I believe that, but he also helps those who help themselves. I
Hmm.
mean, you don't want to just sit and wait. There is a waiting on God, but then there's what you do while you're waiting on God.
Yep. And I've been evaluating that as well. That's why I've been reaching out more in the community, and I've got plans. Today, because of the lunch, I didn't, well, I have some ideas to get involved with a youth program here in town. I've been
Isn't
putting
that
it
like
off, but I'm thinking
voluntary?
this is a perfect time to do so.
But isn't that like a voluntary thing?
Yeah.
Like, what about maybe if you wanted to room up with someone, that's more likely if you had a slave job, as you put it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about rooming up. I mean, to be honest, my plan is to, I've been living this way since late 2018, and I'm growing comfortable in it. I live day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, focused on the future. I've got all these goals I want to achieve. Um, and I'm being mindful. I don't think I'm foolish. My plan after the stream is to start cleaning stuff up in preparation for next month. Worst case, you know. So worst case, I figured, worst case, I'll do an estate sale right before the end. But then again, I don't even know what my rights are as a tenant. I may have rights beyond just this date they told me about. I don't know. But I'll worst case, I'll do an estate sale, sell my stuff, and invest in either a small van, or I'll head up to the monastery up north and I'll see if they've got room for a man like me. I don't know.
I would start your estate sale now. Just make it known that every day this month you're there doing your estate sale. Like,
That's an interesting idea.
I mean, think of it like putting stuff on Craigslist. You're not just gonna ditch it all the one day. Like, just let people start coming now.
I really don't want to waste my time with it, to be honest. And that's why I'm not so worried about the stuff. I'll pack a bag or two and I'll figure out what fits in the car and fuck the rest. I don't
Right, but
care.
one of the things that goes around in YouTube about people that need money is like people don't realize they have thousands of dollars sitting around their house if you can start selling that off now and not getting necessarily screwed on it or acting like it's got to go fast. Like if you can just be laid back and start taking offers or making offers and selling it, like that is that's the thing you could be doing while you're waiting on God.
Mm-hmm. I'm not, yeah, I know.
And if you can keep your phone on, you can do the show from the street and keep up on where you're at with us.
Absolutely.
But don't say this stuff about Paul and them when you've got a history of you've got patterns of turning right around and booting all of us that are remotely concerned for you out to cuck back up to him every time he shows up.
That's been a narrative, but
No, it's been like just
here,
this
let me
week, last week. You always do it.
I know. I have had hope on with Paul, but he's showing me he's pretty much hopeless. He's a hopeless cause. Don't judge me. There is a chance. There is a chance, and that is actually I am counting on success. Right? All these
Wait, what did
ideas
she
of what
ask?
to do to prepare for failure. I'm counting on
That's you.
success. I'm
No,
prepared.
no, Jack, you sold the
That's you.
house to them.
Yes.
The house is theirs. They took a portion of that and made it your rent for the year. Unless you hit the lottery or something, they're not going to give you your house back. They already almost literally stole it from you, pennies on the dollar. This is what America is. This is how America
Fucking
is being
liar.
Well,
destroyed.
I know
Yeah,
Jack will
I'm
find a
right.
better place either way.
Yeah.
Wow. Why would you even come up here when you see me up here, Kate?
Well, here's the thing. I am evidence. You're right. This is America. This is the American way. People don't give a
just live in 'em.
shit. They just, all they're focused on is the property. How much profit can we get?
No, that's the
I mean,
thing they're taking
Tommy, would you
away from
listen
you.
to me?
Property was your
Tom.
freedom, Jack.
Tom, I was telling my story and you're interrupting me, telling me I'm wrong.
Right. You
didn't
are.
even get to the
You say that you're like your daddy. You say truth. You say you seek truth. You like to talk truth, and then you don't do it.
Well, Tom, see, now you're just being argumentative.
No, I'm trying to snap
was
you out of
trying
this
to share
internet
a
guru
point.
stuff. You got
Tom.
30 days to make a move.
So what? Your fear is not my problem. I'd rather
Fear? I'm not the one. Jack, have you been on the streets before?
Yep. I don't
How are
need
you
to-
going to do you know how to have a mailing address?
Tom, I spent 20 years at the Postal Service. Don't waste my
No,
time.
I mean from the street.
What I was trying to offer there is my life, I believe, is an example in many different ways. I'm an example of many other people. There's a lot of people with similar lives, similar stories to mine. So I'm very common in many different ways. But I think with the live without fear message, right? I think that's a little bit of uniqueness. I know there is some uniqueness and similarities to my story, but what I was trying to suggest is I've been saying a long time, what if my life is an example for others to learn from? The mistakes I've made, the overcoming, the self-sabotage, the choices of the past, the healing that I've experienced. Well, if my life is an example for others to learn from, well, that means everyone I'm dealing with is as well. So, by God's grace, I got a wonderful group of Christian.
I know, Jack, for a fact. If they're trying to take your house, that's fine. Watch, you'll be all right, but it doesn't mean like what Tommy's saying is very valuable. You have to take action. You have to formulate a plan either way.
I'm taking a lot of action, dude.
I know you.
No one's listening or seeing the actions I'm taking. So
I know, Jack. I know you are. So
Yeah.
don't worry about that. You know.
Thank you.
On to better and better places, bigger and better places, bro. Simple. You know.
Hey.
We have to let go of some
Yes,
things,
Rich,
right? Like little
right.
fire places.
I'm a renter.
behind you.
This is the basis. I am a
So we
renter.
can fuck off.
So
we get something better.
Yes. So I don't know what everyone's big deal is. I'd much rather focus on the topic. I mean, if people want to talk to me about my housing situation, or you want to pretend like you fucking care.
Why don't they? They don't fucking care at all. They're just little.
I know.
Weirdos.
It's just
and why don't you worry about yourself, you fucking faggot? Enough. No offense. I'm sorry to say it.
We don't
No,
need to call names.
That's a bad word.
Thank you.
But I'm just saying that's a terrible word. But I'm saying, why don't you worry about yourself? And you know, it's funny how people talk like, "Oh, your hosting situation," like they actually care. They don't care. They want to see you fucking suffer, like little fucking weirdos. Like it's fine.
Some do. Some
Yo, Paul, can you hear me?
care. And
they do. There is some people that do care.
Do you see my comments in the chat?
Fucking talk to me after.
Yeah.
That's it.
There's a lot. I cause my life, my situation, and who I am. I cause a lot of confusion with people. You
have a plan. You have a plan. You have skills. You're deploying them. You have a plan in action, Jack. For this, hopefully, you said you did. You're doing something. So then you're fine. I'm saying life is not that like la la land. Like you can't just hope and wish. You have to put the action into it, right? Thought, emotion, and action. If you don't have the action, the physical thing, then you're never going to have the full form of something being changed. So you do have to actually put, like, you know, put your foot down and put one foot up in front of the fucking other and bring it into reality, which I'm sure you can, and you have. And it's none of my business what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. And why don't people fucking worry about their own home instead of worrying about other people? They're, oh, Jack, you're gonna lose your home. Shut the fuck up.
Well, this is actually what I'd rather see, is rather than have me repeatedly explain the problems, anyone could ask, what can I do to help? I mean,
what can I do to help, Jack?
Thank you.
What can I do to help? Because I'll do anything in my power to help.
Well,
what do you need?
I've been seeking an advocate here in Spokane. I believe that if I can speak with the people in the Postal Service regarding here, see my explanations, the path
I can't help that, unfortunately, my friend.
My friends
attached.
can. If people would have conversations with me, everything could change. See, this is what I talked about with my friend at lunch today, and I pray. I invited him, hey, share this with the boss at work. Tell him to check it out, because I wouldn't have lost my job if these people had acted like people instead of managers or authority. If they'd have pretended they were a person, we could have had a conversation.
So you asked, hold on, Jack, sorry for interrupting, and I asked you, you're like, how come people don't ask me like what they can do to help me? So I asked you, what can I do to help you? And you're telling me you need some resolution with the Spokane Postal Service or something. Is that what it is?
Here's the gist of it. What I am hoping to find is someone willing to encourage people to listen to me, people to talk to me, specifically people from my past, or I'd love someone to encourage someone in Congress to speak with me, you know, or maybe some greater platform, some greater media, I would love to speak with people who can help me achieve some of these goals.
May I share someone with you, Jack?
Sure.
I met people through a dream, literally through a dream, and contacted them in this actual reality. And, you know, we're having this conversation the other day about, like, what can we do to actually help people? And what it boiled down to is just being your authentic self. You know, once you be you be your authentic self. That's the most you can do. You can't impose or force or talk to Congress. You can try doing these things.
Right.
All you got to do, Jack, is be you, and then you're going to see fucking things.
Well, that's
change.
what I've been doing, dude.
Yeah.
I am authentically being me. And if you notice, people don't really seem to invite me. They insist I'm different than I say I am. And here's a perfect example. I pray to God it's a different result than what it's been. Welcome, Paul.
Greetings, Mr. Talcott.
You can get preyed upon, or you can pray. It's up to you. How are you doing,
Jack,
Paul?
why are you so averse to just taking care of yourself and what you need to do locally? The most simplest things in life.
But you just imagine nothing I've ever said should make you believe that. So why the fuck are you assuming that?
You didn't get up and go to work for the last 5 years.
Goodbye, Paul. See,
Don't kick Paul. Let Paul back on.
For what purpose?
Because sometimes it's tough love. Sometimes you're going to hear things you don't want to hear.
All right, tell you what. Hey, Paul, you ask these questions as though you've got some sort of relevance, or, I mean, am I under your trial again? You're consistently, what the
There's
fuck
a
is
social contract, Jack. We all have agreed that we have to take care of ourselves and pay our bills.
All
If
right.
not, culture and society
Paul,
can't operate
Paul,
effectively.
right. No need for a lecture unless you're going to specifically say, this is why I'm telling you this. This is not your
I'm
place,
telling you
not your
this so that
show.
you can become self-sufficient, independent, instead of codependent, needy, and delusional.
I am self-sufficient. You are fucking delusional. I'm so fed up with you. Leave, Paul. You're not coming back up. Cage, you go ahead and leave too.
No love for us.
This is insanity.
Come on, Jack. I thought you loved everybody.
Sterling Ray, do you know what my goal is? Is my goal so unreasonable to have conversations with people?
You're a twisted
Is that
motherfucker.
so unreasonable?
You're a fucking insecure
Paul
bitch,
doesn't allow
man.
conversations. I come on here hoping
We'll figure
for
it out, motherfucker.
conversations and discussions, but those seem to
Fucking
be
liar.
seldomly available as well. So, Cage, what I was saying is
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to have conversations with anyone who might want to help me succeed. Now, why am I getting so much feedback? Jack, you shouldn't need anyone else. Fuck you.
Jack, the
Everyone.
most you have you,
Brother.
Jack. It's about you having you.
What does that mean?
It means you have you.
I have me. I think I've actually got quite a bit of value to share. So this is what I don't understand.
Is this Jack? Jack, we're
Why
not
are you
trying to-
interrupting me?
I'm not trying to criticize you or put you down or anything like that.
Then what are you doing instead?
It's
What
called
are you
constructive criticism, right? Like we can always be better no matter where we're at. We can always
Mhm.
improve. Right?
That's what I'm consistently talking about. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to
What's your
improve
point?
myself. I'm trying to improve, Jack.
Thank you. This is absolutely unbelievable. Holy cows, man. The negativity that's offered forth.
Jack, I know you have infinite potential. So what it be? You know, your spelling, your words, your action, what you do. Your
I know that,
dedication.
Gage.
You're-
Why
you're
are
trying-
you interrupting me to tell me this?
I'm saying you have it right there. And just because someone's interrupting you or goes against your program doesn't mean they're out to get you. Doesn't mean they're out to fucking tear you down.
Cage, you're right. You're right. So
Okay.
what does it mean? Well, it means that they don't care about what I'm saying, or
that's not true.
They don't control themselves, and they just blurt out any thought that comes in. Those would be the reasons, right? I know it's not intentionally to be rude, but
Jack, I don't want to be offensive or anything, but like you know, like for me, I see things like this and I realize it's actually me that's projecting this kind of shit. Like, you know, I have to tell myself something. So all this projection, you know, here and all that, it's you trying to reach yourself in a different way.
That's you.
I mean, there's
That's
usefulness everywhere. You know, what use to you know, what use are you
God
to me?
damn it,
I can
Paul.
go sit down with a homeless person begging for change on the corner, sit down there, treat him like a human being and talk for the, you know, for a while, and I'm going to learn way more than I can learn everything off of that. Sit down and talk. What use is it for you, right? It's an inconvenience. So I don't know, man. Like, you know,
hey, I want to address what's going on in the chat. Slisha, you were timed out. If you want to have words, you can be an adult and we can have conversations. You've been one of those nonsense, just flapping insults all over the place, and you're free to leave the stream as well, Sly. So, Tom,
Jack, I just want to. Did you catch that Cage came into this panel saying "F them, Jack, don't listen to them," and now he's flipped. They mean well, Jack. They're just trying to help.
I never said that. Now you're misconstruing everything.
Tom's
No,
just
you
trying to
came
shade
in here
whatever
saying
fucking
you
word.
came in here saying we were all hating on Jack, and now you see we're showing concern. So
I never
Cage,
said that.
read a
I'm saying
room.
it's
Read
not
enough of them.
automatic.
Okay,
Some people
so
do hate. Some
tell
people
you
have
what.
different intentions, right? It's all
Tell
about
you
the
what.
intention.
Tell you what. I've got a lot of people second guessing me. What is your plan, Jack? What is your answer? Now, on the house, right? On the house.
Jack, I've been homeless. That's
What
fine.
about what is more important to me? What is more important to me is, and I say this consistently, is what? Relationships, right? So I would welcome an opportunity for anyone here alive today to have a friendly relationship.
That's what we've been doing for a year, and you let that fat boy tell you we're
So
not that.
right, see, and then you find all these reasons to get back at me because I made a mistake one day and I chose Paul over Tom. So
I
No,
recommend
you,
getting rid of Tom and bring back
because
Paul, to be
you
honest with
saw
you
it as
guys
a
are
choosing
nuts,
thing.
Tom.
No,
getting
because
rid of
you
Tom
saw it
and
as a
bringing
choosing
back
thing is
Paul.
half your problem.
If you want to
That's
see
not
Tom.
building relationships. You can
You're
mutually
nuts.
disperse relationships
Tom,
among
I'd
people.
recommend getting rid of Tom and bringing back Paul, to be real, if you want to actually have a conversation.
Paul left, and
If he comes back,
well,
and then I'll leave.
Paul has not offered, he hasn't allowed us a conversation or a discussion. He's such a fucking hypocrite. Such a hypocrite. And I have not done what I
You
know.
can still learn. You can
Okay.
still learn off
Tell
everybody.
you what,
right?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I could sit down there with the guy begging for change, coming up to my car, fucking bashing the shit with the windshield.
These
fucking
people are
putting
disgusting.
dirt on the fucking windshield. That the squeegee is even wet. Yeah, I could sit down there with those fucking people and learn a lot more than this fucking online bullshit in real life. Just sit down, pay attention. Sit down and see what people are at, where they're at, and now you'll see why the fuck we're here. It's not about you or me. Like, how are we gonna fucking help other people out here? And that's exactly the question I was asking. And it's not about fucking finding the UN or talking to Congress. It's about being you, your authentic
Why
self,
are
no matter
you
what.
being you like this?
Because that's who I am.
Why?
That's the question, isn't it?
Why? Okay. Well, please recognize that the who I am. I'm asking you, why are you talking? Why you interrupted me just to go on and on and on? And do you think you're helping?
I apologize for interrupting.
That's not nice.
Hey, dumbass.
I'm gonna mute now.
Thank you.
What about peace and love?
Dumbass. This is fascinating. I'm pausing for a moment because the topic, finding the spirit of trust and the trust of the spirit. So there is a reason this is happening. I've been trying to be seen as worthy of listening to more than being worthy of being lectured. Even though I start the stream talking about topics, it seems to turn into constant chaos.
Tommy's thinking I gave orders to you. You might as well let him back up to prove that. No, you do what the fuck you want. Okay. Oh, Tommy's saying I didn't fucking try saying something to get you removed from fucking Jack's stream.
No.
Jack, look, you let him tell you to bring me back up, and he realized he
Your
was doing
blame
that.
is misplaced, Tom.
Jack, the time for waiting on others is over.
I know.
Exactly. Thank you.
So, yeah. So, everyone thinks they're smart. Everyone thinks they got the answers. All this egoic bullshit. Walking around acting like everyone. Tom, you and Paul, you guys can kiss my ass. Sincerely. The way you clowns have been so disrespectful, man. Holy cows, man.
Hey, Jack, like this whole fucking internet bullshit is like a massive psyop, social engineering program, agenda being ran, putting people, putting them up into little groups, order out of KO, controlling them. It's fucking hilarious if you think about it.
People are choosing to behave the way they are showing themselves.
Everyone has free will.
Seems very few have self-awareness. Very few have self-control. Those are the things I've been working on myself, and I encourage you guys, Tommy, Cage, Paul, especially, some self-awareness, self-control. It's fascinating, man.
It's a learning experience. I think we're all working on it.
I've been kind and generous with that answer, Cage, for a long time. That's what I've been reminding myself.
Yeah, now you have to draw the line in the sand, Talcott. You have to make definitive action. Simple. What are you going to accept? You have to have strong boundaries. If you don't have proper boundaries, which is, kind of correlates to a foundation, no strong foundation, no strong boundaries, then all of a sudden people are going to start fucking with your reality.
Why are you fucking with my reality, Cage?
I'm not.
You seem to be treating my reality like it's some sort of joke. And I know I'm on here on YouTube with a lot of other people.
It's not about your
really
reality. I think reality as a whole is kind of a joke unless you really realize what it is.
Can you relate that to me?
You could.
Because, well, I've seen a lot of people, and Machine Lies, you're welcome to join. You hurt my heart as well, as quickly as you wanted to jump to your convictions and your conclusions and then run around bad-mouthing me again.
And Talcott, I do feel for you, bro, because I know people do fuck around with you a lot. So I don't know why. When you actually have good intentions, I believe. But you can push a good man so far. It's kind of like that old thing, right? Like a hero can either live to become the villain or die prematurely. Now God's eventually. It's something along that line. But you don't have to be in that line. It doesn't matter. Fuck these people. Keep doing you, being you. Keep, try doing your best.
Hey.
Presenting the message.
Hey, hold on a minute. I want to know. I think you're lying, Machine Lies. I'm bad-mouthing you right now. You claim you all bad-mouthing me too. Yeah, you're here for me, just like you've been here for me before too, huh? Quickly twist that shit, throw that away, right? See, this is what I'm referring to. The Machine Lies.
You're seeing
Hey, would you shut up, Cage?
Of reality.
Fuck, oh dear.
God damn it, Paul.
No, I guess it's your moment. Go ahead, Cage.
I'm all ears, Talcott.
Yeah, I was trying to say something, but you had something more important.
You're getting emotionally involved and it's not serving you.
My life? You're right.
Being emotionally...
Hey, I'll accept that. You're right. My emotions are not serving me. They never have. My love.
That's the issue.
Would you shut up? Holy crap. Cage, this is a lesson for me. I get to learn how to be more patient. I guess what I want to say doesn't need to be said. Because with the constant interruptions there, that was me being tested with my patience some more, and I think my patience with Cage. I've not seen enough efforts from him to show that he is even trying. Hey, Machine Lies, you're welcome to leave. Okay. I don't need people like you. Sincerely. I thought I could trust you. You showed me I could not. And the way you were so quick, right? This is the pattern. I tell you what, this is the life I'm living. You guys get to witness and you decide if I'm accurate or not. The truth will really be the determining factor. What is true? Who really is there for me and who is there just in lip service? Because in the end, who is there really for God? Who is there really for the truth? Who is there really for love? And who is there for lip service? We got a lot of people playing these characters, acting like they're all high and mighty with the truth, and they're all up above the love of everything else. Man, we got a bunch of... God has created a number of fascinating, amazing characters online,
Hey,
here
dumbass.
in the YouTube realm, in the real world, all over. There are some amazing characters who God has created. So the real question for you, whoever you are, what is the character you are becoming? Do you feel like you are in complete control? Do you have the strong conviction and conclusion that you can't be wrong? You can't be wrong. Only they are wrong. See, in my life, I've seen a lot of people, and I know I'm a common story, so maybe my story resonates for you. I've seen a lot of people treat my life as a joke. I didn't realize it. And then for a long time, I treated my life as a joke. And then to bring that around, it makes sense. You know, if I'm going to treat my life as a joke, others will treat my life as a joke. And then they were enabling me with my alcoholism, with my poor diet, my lack of health, you know, my lack of self-respect. I could understand. But when I started caring, that's really where it blows my mind. When I truly started caring, not just about me, but about everyone. How quickly people were to throw me away. How quickly people were to run away. And then when I go to churches and I talk about my story, oh yeah, that's what the Bible says. Bible says that'll happen to you. Well, do you care? Are you willing to help? So far, this path, for whatever reason, I'm growing comfortable in being alone. But the reality is, I do find more pleasure in being alone rather than being with people who want to constantly interrogate me, want to constantly criticize me or interrupt me. Brothers and sisters, I am seeking support, not for help, okay? Don't look at me as a pity case or someone to feel sympathy about. That's not me, right? Not a charity case, that's for sure. But I am asking for support, sincerely. I am hoping to achieve things that have not maybe been achieved in the way I want in the past. I'm hoping to do things that have never been done before. I think it's possible. I know the world is ready for something new, something greater than has ever been done before. I know that the world is ready for change. I know my life changed. I know I didn't only survive through the changes of my life, but I learned how to thrive. I learned how to thrive despite my detachment from the world. My story, it's an interesting one that is still continuing. Okay, the story of Jack Talcott. Most people don't know me. Most haven't heard of me. And even when they have, they're not sure what to think. What I do know, brothers and sisters, is that the future for this world, where I was at, I'm not seeking help or a handout or charity, but I feel myself worthy. I'm worthy of investment in time, in energy, in resources. I believe I'm even worthy of taking a risk on, extending a reputation and helping open up doors of communication. It is my hope and my goal. Personally, relationships are the only thing I care about as far as my family and my former co-workers, trying to reunite my family, trying to achieve justice from the past. But beyond my own selfish desires, picking up the pieces of my life, I really hope to help others. And I believe that through my education and experience, my direct firsthand relationship with addiction and recovery, my practices of meditation, what I've been learning of the different modalities of healing and health, I know I can be of value. I am reaching out and knocking on doors wherever I can within the structures of city government. I'm reaching out to other creators on YouTube, hoping to reach different platforms. I'm hoping to become invited to have conversations with people. And eventually, I hope through either people of my past, through the community and the structures of the governments, or through the media of social media, the mainstream media, I have the purpose inside myself, sincerely, to find a way. A world without secrets. A world without secrets and lies is available for us all. When we stop lying to each other about each other, when we stop lying to ourselves, lying to each other, when we stop withholding the truth, denying the truth, we'll become one with the truth. We'll become one with each other. And that is what we're here to do. We are the consciousness, the universe becoming conscious of itself. We are that which is happening. I'm calmed down now. I'm reset. Welcome back, Cage.
Welcome back, Jack.
I know I do have your support. I trust that I do. I trust that God has sincerely introduced me to some amazing people. Either directly or indirectly, I've been blessed by who I have encountered in my life.
Of course, Jack, you have to be grateful for that. Sorry for interrupting. I know I'm back. But it's funny. I had this conversation the other day again. I want to bring it back to that. And they're like, oh, Cage, how do you discern and who do you trust? And who do you trust? Who do you give love to? Who do you help? And you know what? That question was imposed on me. I'm like, okay, I love people that love. I trust people that trust. You know what I mean? So keep doing that, and you're gonna get the right people around you, bro. Just give it patience. It's a virtue. There's no rush, and things will work out. I'm telling you. I've been telling you this the entire time, Jack. Come on.
Cage, do you have an answer? I mean, does that question need to be answered? Why would one think other people can help? Why would one think?
It's rhetorical.
Rhetorical or retarded? I think she's.
Bit of both.
I think she has retarded her thought process.
It's a bit of both.
She's not thinking thoughts through. Sly has shown confusion. And here, let me include this. Let me be nice for a moment, okay? Many wonderful people. Sly Shy.
Oklahoma.
No offense if I group you in or don't group you in. Cage. Tommy. Snafu. Paul.
When you shut up, you'll understand.
Moose, there's a bunch of people I've gotten to know, relatively through the chaos of these streams.
I trust people who trust. I love people who love. That's how I'm, you know.
That's the key.
Yeah.
And then, become one who loves and trusts. That's
And then
the
other
key.
people love and trust you after, you know.
That's actually what I've been noticing from experience. The more humble I become, more trusting I am, more people are willing to trust. And, especially if you realize most people are harmless. Most people, even if they try to do something, most people.
And if you're disingenuous, you're gonna have to get put to the flame. And it's like, okay, good luck with that. All right, you're gonna act like you trust and you love, and really you have your what are they? Like your fingers are crossed. You have someone behind your back. Yeah, good luck with that. It may work one time, but not the next. So let these people be disingenuous. The love is there. You can tell. Don't fucking worry about anything beyond that. It's there.
Yeah.
And things will happen accordingly. And it's like an accordion.
Life is happening. This is what's interesting, Sterling, right? I don't know. This is what I mean. Even people involved with my life, they make communication so freaking difficult.
All right, Jack, because all these people want to get into your fucking problems and all that. Why don't you tell me right now, what's the issue? Tell me, because I don't know. I haven't heard. I don't want to hear these fucking people yapping their mouths. Tell me the issue, and we're going to resolve it right now here, live.
I don't have all the details, but basically where it's at, to avoid foreclosure, to avoid the auction last
How
year. How
much money do you need, for fuck's sakes? What is it?
I believe I need 300,000.
Oh my God.
Well, it's possible, because if I speak to the people at the Postal Service and they recognize that they made some errors.
How the fuck are you 300 grand in the hole?
I'm not in the hole.
No, you're not. It's fine. It's gone. Okay, we're gonna magically appear. We're gonna get you $333,000. Okay, you can
Right.
keep the 33 as taxes.
Right. Well, I
Yeah.
assume there's fees involved. I have the first right of purchase and refusal at the end of the lease. So I'd like to buy this house back, since it was the home where, my son was raised for the most part, and it's been it would be a wonderful place for him, and it appears he's starting a family. I'd love to pass on this place to him. But here's what, again, the house doesn't fucking matter. What matters is trying to end wars, trying to bring peace, trying to find some sort of sanity.
Do you have peace within yourself, Jack?
Yep. Until people like you want to interrupt and contradict what I say.
I'm not trying to contradict it. I'm saying you have true peace within yourself, no matter what contradictors or fucking cages come into your reality.
Yeah.
Then you have real peace.
Well. Yeah.
No matter what anyone says to you.
Right. And this is the point, Cage. I actually have a lot of value to share. All the people who are the most vocal critics, Lou Bass, whoever this guy is, I've never even fucking met this one, but I got all these people who want to throw these insults at me. Nobody's ever had a conversation with me. Moose and let's see, what's the other lady's name?
But Jack,
go ahead. You tell me. Tell the story.
I'm sorry for. I'm not gonna. I know you're gonna say it ready before you say it.
What am I gonna say?
You're gonna say there's a bunch of people insulting you, not listening to you, not hearing anything, interrupting you like I'm doing right now. A bunch of fucking loop, a bunch of the bullshit. But there's not everybody's like that. People actually do hear you.
That's part of the program.
Hold on, it's a part of the program, and not everybody is out there trying to push you down. And this is what this fucking bullshit does. And it does it to everybody, you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden now, like, even in the hood, this is just online. Now imagine you're in reality living in like a real fucked up environment. You know what I mean? So this is what happens, right? You think everybody's against you, can't trust anybody, therefore you can't be trusted. And You know, the song fucking continues playing.
Hey, Cage, this has nothing to do with what I was going to say.
I know, but I'm just saying in general,
No,
right?
you said you Cage.
Well, look, you have no patience for somebody
Cage,
trying to help.
pause, Cage, pause. Yeah. We're gonna reflect on you right now. This is a learning moment for you.
Thank you.
You interrupted me. When I pointed out you interrupted, you made the claim that you already know what I'm gonna say. So I patiently waited and you presented partial what I was going to say, but you did not get to what I was going to say. And then you deflected the conversation completely away from where I was at.
Yeah, it boils down to shut the fuck up, Keish. That's pretty much what it boils down to, huh? Yeah, there's nod to that.
A little
Shut the fuck up, Keish. Yeah, that's what it is. If you want to be real.
At least before you interrupt me, ask yourself why.
Because it needs to be done.
You feel the need. Who is telling you that the need to be interrupted needs to be done by you? I disagree.
I
don't feel a need to be interrupted.
I'm a type of man that I'm not going to sit around and let people go into the fucking
I don't
flame.
feel a need to be interrupted, Cage. Why do you feel the need to interrupt me?
I don't feel the need to, but I just speak when I have to, in my mind. And I apologize if that's interfering.
It is.
Well, I apologize about that, but not really. It has to happen.
I know it does not. Your excuses, see, you're offering yourself excuses without clarity. You're just saying it's just the way it is, and I'm making up excuses, and you're just going to continue the same behavior.
I could be here all day trying to explain it to you.
Cage, you can stop. You can listen to what I'm saying. You think about what I'm saying and grow.
All evening.
Please. Because what I was actually trying to get out before you interrupted me, Cage, I don't always have to be this harsh and, direct. I'm actually a very calm and a very patient teacher. If anyone, Special K or producer Moose or anyone else actually spent time with me and listened to me as their coach, as a teacher, I believe in an afternoon, you take me seriously, you can fucking change your life in a day. But because people have not tested my knowledge, right? Moose, you never have. Special K, you never have. I've offered my time and my attention to many people. Lou Bass, many people.
May I ask you a question, Jack?
Please.
What have you learned?
I've learned that people prefer their ignorance
What have
rather than growing.
What have you learned about yourself?
I've learned a lot about myself.
So tell me about it.
I've learned that I don't need people as much as I thought. I've learned that
Bingo.
you are worthless, that only God matters.
Well done.
So, and I've been hearing those words in my head for a long time.
What have you learned?
Whoa, what's up with the audio?
I'm not disrespecting myself and the audience by continuing to allow people like you to join.
come into form. Any thought you can have in your mind can come into form, but it's about the application. It's about, right, a diamond or a gold. It doesn't just lay on the ground, right? You have to have time and pressure. You have to have certain elements working in order to have that. And it's not easy to fucking uncover. You got to go and put the work in and get it. Anything you want, I guarantee you can come into form.
I know. I know far more than you think I know, Cage.
I know. I'm
keep
just talking.
thinking
I'm
you
talking
know
for the.
everything I
I'm
do,
talking for the.
but
I'm talking for the audience. Okay. I'm not just talking to you. You
there
already
was
know.
something
I
I
know you
was
know.
trying to get out that you interrupted me from again. The fuck was it?
It'll
Had
come
to
back
do
to you.
with teaching and students, right? So yeah, I have the goal of becoming a teacher, right? I love learning. I am an excellent student, and I've been studying instruction and leadership and communication. And so, Sly Shy, you're revealing your own ignorance, right? With stuff like this here. Sly Shy, I tell you what.
I'm saying, wallahi, enough of the loop. Jack Surfer interrupted.
What did you interrupt for? What was it you said?
Wallahi.
And what is that?
It's wallahi.
Why does it mean? Why did you interrupt for that to be said?
You know what time it is, Jack. What time is it right now?
Why would you please answer for yourself? Why did you interrupt to bring this word into the stream?
Why is it so effective on you?
What is the relevance?
The relevance is your response.
What response are you seeing? What response were you intending?
The relevance is your response. I'm not intending anything. It just happens.
Right, Cage. What I'm suggesting you look at, the reason I'm asking you these questions is for you to fucking recognize you're doing things and you
Hey,
don't
I'm
know
being
why.
honest. No, I do know why.
Then why did you interrupt me for that word?
For the response.
That's not
a good.
I'm done. I'm done. I am done with that. Holy cows, man. Holy cows. You guys in the chat are unbelievable, man. And I got Cage up here doing what? What is the purpose, man? He lives in dark negativity. Is that, maybe that's Cage. Maybe I don't want to. Producer Moose, what are you talking about? What is up Jack's ass today? Please come up and let's discuss. Because what's up my ass is the disrespect that you guys are offering. This is a good question. Why am I attracting that? I believe God has attracted, the light in me. I have sought to unite with God. I feel one with the Christ, with the love, with God, the Father. I feel present in this time, whole and complete. So for people to tune in to offer these negative, just, it's not to me. They're offering the negative for their own experience and joy. Why? This shows the sickness of the world today, brothers and sisters, sincerely. There is a sickness in the world, and the sickness is selfishness. One of the topics we've been bouncing around, and it's very important today. Are you centered or are you soul centered? And what does it mean, self-centered or soul centered? These are the two ways we can be. We can be with the light, right? The light of awareness, the light of consciousness, that which is true and loving and real, or we can serve the darkness. We can serve the confusion, the deception. We can create all these narratives and spout out all these lies and fairy tales is what you're doing. You're living in fairy tales.
It was a big transsexual. I don't know.
Well, hey, Moose.
It was a.
Pay attention to me. I've explained why you were brought up, okay, because of your behavior in the past. I'm not saying anything good or bad, but it is a fact, Moose. You never once allowed us to work together for me to work with you as your coach, right? Never worked with me so you could get goals or get a better understanding of what it is that I'm actually teaching. So, Moose, you've overinflated your relationship to me and really done some disrespect to what was possible, to what is possible. But Moose, the reason I brought you up is because, well, with this return of Sly Shy here and Lou Bass here and all these other Cage, you know, or Chuck, all these other people, you're a part of that too, Moose. And I'm telling you, Moose, I could help you. I could help you with your life, your dreams. You could help me. I could help Cage. I could help you. You could help me. Paul Enslaved, we could help each other. We could work with each other. Here's the thing, brothers and sisters, all of us have the ability to help each other. Now, the one thing we all don't have is the willingness. Do you have the willingness to try? Welcome back, Cage.
Do you have the willingness to do? Enough trying, right? Trying implies that it may or may not happen. It's automatically happen. It's already done. What do you mean try?
Not if people don't try. Most people just talk about it.
No, we do it for real.
Are you sure? I haven't seen you do nothing
no.
more than.
You haven't looked.
Maybe. That could be true. But I know in my experience, I know what has been shown to me. We've got a Joe Moore. Joe, welcome, brother. Are you there, Joe?
Yeah, Jack. How are you?
Oh, there you go.
Jack.
Feeling good. Yes, brother.
You can hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can. I've got the screen covered because sorry, I'm not making a connection. I'm not sure who
That's
you are.
That's a fucking awesome picture, Jack, by the way.
Thank you.
That's well done.
Yeah, so, I don't have like internet or anything. I don't know. I'm on a phone, right?
I don't know. This guy, you sound weird, buddy. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Please go ahead. Joe?
So I don't have like a mic. I don't know if I'm coming through clear. I'm not a broadcaster or the god of all media or anything like that.
He's a fucking troll. Get out of here, man.
No, I'm not, Jack. Actually, I'm asking for you to forgive me for how, I've acted. 90% or like 50% of that Paul character's content is you. Well, I don't get it how people can where do people get off on just making fun of other people? That's the content. There's no growth over there. They don't build anything. I assumed that they had built something by now, right? Because that's what I do. I build things, kind of like the mantle behind you. That's what I do.
What do you like?
I build things, and people. I build relationships that last lifetimes, right? But anyway, I'm asking for you to forgive me because I took part in this. I'm guilty of you being content for me. Come on, man.
Hey, Joe.
How am I going to grow? If you're not growing, I'm not growing, first of all.
Thank you.
Because if we're all one, if it's a collective conscience, you'd think by now we'd have created a group that would combat these road pirates in a way that if someone was written a ticket, we as a group could go handle it. If Paul was such a pimp, we've already created somewhat of a community to combat this beast system, in my opinion, right? I just don't like posers. Just because he drove without a license once, no. That don't make you nothing.
Hey, Joe.
He's mentally ill himself.
Well, there's a lot of that.
And what's cool is he's streaming your channel right now. So we're the content right now for Paul and all his channel. And now they're laughing at my mohawk, right? They all make fun of me over there. Yeah. That's the kind of people that I would want to take part with, right? I mean, that poor Virgil kid, that Virgil. Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
Well,
forgive me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do want to remind, regardless of the way it seems, number one, things are not always as they seem. There has been a lot of deception and a lot of this content argument, whatever. But this is the world we live in. If we can find ways to work together, if we can find ways to find common ground together to unite, we've got so much potential available to us. This is funny. Keep the viewers hostage, and then they don't have to go over to Z. Paul's content. He's got a couple of options in the afternoons now, doesn't he? Holy cows. Welcome, Scott, to you as well.
Shalom, Scott.
Shalom. What's happening?
Brother, today, Scott, I'm actually in a real kind of place of peace. Cage already got me riled up and got my aggressions
What
out.
did he do?
He kept interrupting me. He's just being him.
I popped in for 2 minutes earlier, and then I can't even remember who was on. He was on, and I think I turned off because PU was up.
Oh yeah. Just briefly.
So I typed something in about what I put down here. Idiomatic. It's what it is. It's all idiomatic.
Idiomatic meaning.
Idiomatic means a short stay in a spotlight where you're soonly forgotten afterward. Kind of like MC Hammer, is that MC Hammer, the Running Man? That Paul's going to be washed up in no time. He makes fun of his own viewers. Eventually, whoever is in the chat is made fun of. I myself became,
He runs out of content constantly, so he uses whatever he can point at.
And that's what's difficult about being a content creator. It can't just be one man, right? It has to be a group of people that create your content. You have to have ghostwriters. Come on now. It takes a table of like-minded people, maybe, with a little bit of, there can be chaos, but there has to be some structure, Jack. Wouldn't you agree?
That's what I would love. I would love to have a team and structure and really produce some good stuff. But the other side of this too is I really don't want a career in broadcasting or this video production and stuff. I want to use this as a tool and actually maybe help raise those up, other people who do want this path.
Sometimes the best truths are through comedy. I've been writing actually a play script or whatever. What do you call it? Like a script or whatever? And like a whole movie about. Yeah, it's about Talcott traveling across America on a wacky adventure. You know, to go and fucking face the UN.
Cage, is he on a donkey?
He's on a camel.
I figured you would put him on a fucking animal. How come I just knew that?
He's on the camel. It's like the Silk Road. I mean,
That's
Talcott's
awesome.
over there.
Well, we got a zebra in the back here.
And now we have a zebra too.
I thought that Lubass fucking got a taxidermy today on a zebra and ate it. That's what I heard.
It tastes like chicken.
What are you doing, Mr. Snowball Walnuts? Cage, Scott Two Tits, and Joe Moore?
Snafu, thank you for greeting. I appreciate your visiting. It's a shame you can't stay and stick around longer, but I do appreciate
He's got to go, huh?
bringing in polite greetings. Yeah.
Snafu's got places to be.
I think it's just the best choice at this moment.
It seems like a prudent alternative to the other.
Right. Well, bringing Snafu up is a questionable choice because many viewers have reached their limit with him, and to be honest, I have as well. I mean, I see his heart, but he's still over there enabling Paul and just fanning his ego and flaming his delusions.
God damn it, Paul. God damn it, Paul.
Yeah,
God damn it.
Well, I'm saying, yeah. Paul, I know Paul's restreaming it and all that. I tried telling him to give me the link, but he won't, right? So I have to go over here to talk. Say, Paul, why don't you give the audience what they want and get on the panel? The fuck? Give them what they want. Make them go crazy. There you go. Done. Get on the panel, Paul. Come on.
Why would that be? I mean, I'm
you
not
can
saying that
combine-
people wouldn't
combine
want that or
forces.
not, but
Combined forces.
But wouldn't it have to be on Jack's terms? Wouldn't it have to be, somewhat?
No. What about meeting on the level, looking eye to eye? Is that possible?
No, not if you have somebody that's going
Why
to
does
be.
it have to be on someone else's terms? It's never going to work out.
Well, I
meet eye to eye, and that's it.
Jack's home right now. So if someone came into his home, you would expect them to respect his home. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's obvious, right? That's basic.
Now, if Jack was elsewhere, then Jack could choose to leave and go home.
Yeah, you got to
And
take
so
his
there-
shoes
that
off
kind
when
of-
you come over here. Right?
he kind of takes the treatment wherever he goes, that he gets. But here, it shouldn't be that way. Anybody that's trying to derail him is wrong. Sorry, Jack.
Thank you. I agree. And I think I may not have been paying attention, but if you were inviting Paul over here, that was not the right choice. I mean, he's here, but
It's too late for that, right? No.
Well, I'm always open to conversations, but they seem to be few in availability with Paul. Welcome.
Right.
Well,
cheers, Paul. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, Cage?
How you doing, man? Same old, same old, taking care of business. That's about it.
Yeah. So, Paul, you've presented a lot of narratives about me and you that they have not been serving us well, at least not me well.
I don't think that I'm the biggest problem in your life right now. I think this is a
No,
huge
you're not.
deflection.
Hey, tell you what, fair enough. You are a small problem in my life, but you could be a great asset.
He's definitely, it could be a great asset. Exactly. There you go.
Jack, you can't take life on life's terms. You try to take life and everything on your terms, and it never works out for you. And you still haven't learned that.
Describing you. I take life on life.
I'm not the one with all the life problems and issues right now.
Hey,
You
Paul,
are.
Right. You're projecting all these problems. I'm not saying I have problems. I'm saying I got tons of opportunities.
You're on here every day asking for the audience to help you and make your life better.
Paul, you're missing your false representation.
Would you like to take a vote?
No, I'd like you to care about
Right.
what is true, but you don't care about what is true. You care about what you think. And Paul, you're arrogant, you're egoic, and you're quite confused. Your delusions are not my problem, but you have found all sorts of problems to create for me.
Okay, if this is all delusion, let him speak then, because it will reveal itself, right? There's no point of kicking him off.
I've done enough of letting people speak their arrogance and their ignorance, wasting my time and my life. And Cage, you're following the same pattern. You invited him over here, and you're offering much of the same.
Cage has a NASCAR mentality. He's looking for the train wreck. He's looking for the car crash. That's all he's wanting. He's not caring about anything moving forward, progressing, or getting better for you. Paul, fuck, he could give a goddamn because he's going to focus on the negative no matter what. He's hoping to make some content and become relevant someday. The fact is, Jack, just stick to trying to work out your problems moving forward. I mean, everything, life on life's terms, what a great fucking way to put, hey, one day at a time. Okay? It comes at you like it does, 1 minute after another. You don't really get to make any fucking life on life terms decisions.
Right.
That's some bullshit statement out of goddamn fucking nuclear stupidity.
It is. It's arrogant, egoic.
It comes along with the idiomatic principles that you're being dispelled, that are being dispatched over there. Okay? It's full ridiculousness. But without going into that, I would say, Jack, you don't have the answers for tomorrow because it's not here yet. Okay? The answers are. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, Jack. Is there a thing called an inferiority complex where people have to focus on other people, like as they deflect what their problems are, right? So nobody can really focus on, like, say, what might be the issue with Paul, right? Instead, he deflects and makes the focus about you more, right? And then it somehow makes him feel better about himself. Is that called a inferiority complex, where you have to look at the maybe defects or whatever of others, and in order to make yourself feel better? I think that's what it is. They label that up.
It's a sign of unresolved trauma. I'm quite familiar with the patterns and the behavior, but Paul and many of the other people we see, the characters here online, they're presenting these characters, Cage included. I mean, he's a more subtle example to some of the extreme examples, but these people who lack self-control, who consistently want to interrupt and take over the narrative and place themselves above everyone else and the truth, it's insanity. Absolute insanity. It's delusional. And the thing is, well, people have been supporting Paul, not just Paul, but many others. By today's society, and this is the greatness of God. God allows all things to be true. So guess what? We get to believe what we want. And in small ways, everything becomes true. What I've been learning to do is to live in the moment. That's kind of what Scott was getting at, is I don't have to have the answers for tomorrow. All I have to have is the answers for right now, and the answers will show themselves. All I have to do is get Jack out of the way. And as Jack is out of the way, the will of God gets done. Hey, congratulations on your abundance, Paul. I really don't care. Okay? Go ahead.
Wish him the best. Hope he has everything he needs. Jack, just, you know what? Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. You do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I wish myself good things. I wish others good things.
I'm holding on to that. I have faith in the laws of exchange, and I trust that in the energies, and I have faith in God. Now, the words of the Bible, I don't know what the fuck they mean. I really don't. The idea that the faithful will be rewarded, that there are blessings available to those who find the way. I feel blessed. I feel so blessed. As a matter of fact, my body, it's like unbelievable. It blows my mind how physically good I feel. I was driving down the road going to lunch, and I'm just like, holy shit. It's almost orgasmic pleasure just from sitting, from standing, from
I'd have to leave you here alone, Jack, for a minute if you're gonna. What are you? Geez, I mean, I know that you were talking about this is kind of interesting because I suffer from chronic pain and I think I've told you I fell off a horse at a full run years ago and concrete about half of my body. So I heard you saying a while back, I can't remember exactly how long you said you did it, but you said you massage yourself kind of every day. And how long do you do that? I mean, is it half hour, hour, 20 minutes?
It's as often and as long as I can.
Are
Whenever
you
I'm
like
watching, what's that?
are you like doing deep tissue, just fucking digging into your legs and your arms and shit?
Primarily my legs, my lower legs, like along the shin, and the muscles tie around to the calves. You can unwind so much in there. There's a lot of complexity in there. There's a lot of complexity in our shoulder blades. So my shoulder blades, my calves, and then my hips. Dude, you want some orgasmic pleasure? Dig into your hips and release
Dude,
some
I'm
tension.
fucking twice your size. I haven't been able to fucking dig into my hips in about 30 years.
Well, you're missing out. I'd say find a
Wow.
way. Find a way. I mean, I've got an island in my home, in my kitchen, and luckily my hip is about that height. I can kind of dig in there, and then I've got bricks on my garage on the house.
That's what I do. I mean, I
Dig
used to
it
have
right back.
a sea ray, and I used to stand on the tongue of the boat, and the bow would hit me right between the shoulder blades. You'd catch me out there at 1, 2 in the morning standing on the bow of my boat. It was
You
kind
know,
of
you
crazy.
can really dig into the back of your hip living on a park bench.
Yeah,
There's some
I know,
back
I've
benches
tried.
in New York that have nubs on them that they're meant for that, just to dig right in the right spot.
Right.
I think they're meant to make you not sleep there, but just the same.
Well, the point is, like you started out with, Scott, I know a lot of people have, constant pain. I remember periods of constant pain, and I swear constant pleasure is available. It
Wow,
comes through
ankylosing
self-love.
spondylitis is kind of a different thing than
We're not
pleasure.
gonna talk about a purposeful life. We're gonna focus on a pleasure-driven life, right?
I
They
think
go
they're hand in
together.
hand.
There's really no separation, and I'm not suggesting a separation. You find pleasure in purpose, and you find your purpose in pleasure. You bring a balance between the two.
I jumped in the river today. That was pleasurable.
I bet it was.
Try and move towards what makes you happy. And even if you're having to do something or forced to do something, if it's a task that you're working at, try and make it easy, fun. Try and make it enjoyable. Make a game out of it, and you'll get through it easier.
Hi guys. Hi Scott. Hi.
What's up, Cynthia?
Joe.
Welcome, Cynthia.
Hi Jack. How are you guys today?
Feeling blessed.
Good,
Feeling
good,
truly
good.
blessed.
I just came up here to share my vibe and love with the panel today.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, she came up with her full attention. She said hijack. She was going to try and hijack the whole show.
No, I think I don't know. Everything works out for reasons, and every day brings us opportunities and lessons. Today, the topic: finding the spirit of trust. Right, growing into learning how to trust the inner guidance, learning how to trust the spirit of life, the spirit of God, whatever words are right for you. Learning
Jack,
how to trust.
I trust you and I trust the call. I say we keep her here, but if she makes a run for the cockpit, you're going to have to take her out. The hijack comment. Back to that.
All right.
And the crowd goes wild.
The dogs. They give me the dogs. Come on, unslaved one.
Mm-hmm. There's a time for everything, and a time. This life, man. This life. The lesson I keep getting shown from others, I'm going to be looking at myself more. I see a lot of people talking when they really don't have a reason. And I wonder how many times I do that as well.
Most of the time?
Perhaps. Most of the time I speak, though, I have a purpose. I mean, when I do my stream, I have a purpose for what I want to communicate, what I want to get across.
I'm curious as to why you two really believe that everyone out there has a penchant for only what you have to say or think, when in fact somebody might have got that, maybe several somebodies might have got that, picked up on it, and instead of you guys just rolling along like, I got it, or you just move right into attacking somebody for no good goddamn reason. It doesn't, or not even attacking, but go somebody's talking or doesn't know when to talk. That wasn't that funny, Paul said, or something.
Is this like a roundabout way of you saying you're not getting enough attention and validation on the internet? We can work on that.
That's your MO, buddy. That's your MO.
I'm
That's
getting plenty, actually, more than I need.
That's why you mute people and backstage them when you don't like what they say.
No, that's because you're not that.
Move forward. Jack, excuse me.
I see where you were going with that, but you were grouping Paul and I together as though we consistently attack others for not bending a knee, and that's a false representation, Scott. So I've seen a lot of people with both Paul and I missing out on what is actually being said or the value that is being offered. I'm not saying it's the same, because Paul, there's a lot of difference between you and I as well. I can understand why many people might miss what you're showing, and I think you could too. With the way you present is different than mine. I could understand how some people get offended by that, but for the love of Pete, man, I don't know how so many people seem so quick to be offended and upset and angry with me. I'm like, whoa. I don't know.
Are you angry with yourself, Jack?
I have been. And I've wondered if that's been coming out.
I mean, a little bit, like tiny bit, slightly.
Well,
fear is also another thing that can come out as anger on being uncomfortable.
That's what I would go with, fear more. There's something that you're left not doing. There's something that I would
like paying the bills for his house and the rest of his life. Why are we beating around this bush constantly?
Right. And why is that? Right? Rather than just fucking blaming me and assuming I don't see. Yes, Cynthia, yes. And Scott, what is coming across as fear, not just from me, but or coming across as anger from other people as well. It's often a frustration. It's a desperation. It's a fear. It's, why am I not being seen? Why am I not being heard? That's often the cries of poverty. That's what addiction is crying out for. People suffering from addiction, they're crying out. They're not being seen. They're not being heard by themselves or others. So I'm inviting people to join my adventure. I believe there's incredible opportunities for the future. I believe anyone could try to become a hero in my journey, besides just me. I mean, if someone wants to help me, they'd be a hero in my life, and I'm sure as hell trying to be a hero for others.
Have you ever listened to Jordan Peterson?
Have you ever met a hero in any novel or watched one in a movie that shows up every day and asks other people of the city to help them?
No, sure haven't. So I guess by that, I'm not a hero, am I? And Scott, you wanted to interrupt too.
Yeah, I made it the finalist. Woo, woo, woo.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Thank you. You are not you're not off when you think that some of the things that they say are really truly attackative to you, but they're trying to come off as kind words. You are correct when you probably feel that is how it's portrayed from the outside looking in. Like, they say those things not to really help you. They're disguising that as an attack. So I can understand how it can be frustrating.
This is my safe space.
Confusing,
Please
because
respect it.
not to take this away from you, but to put this in the general category now, when any of us are going through something that is a change that we're uncertain of, it can be a confusing state. And even though it may not always be in our nature to ask for help, to seek for help, when you're in a desperate state, you probably don't even know how to ask correctly. You just need help. And so sometimes people can come in and they can pretend to be helping, but for nefarious reasons, whatever it may be, they're truly trying to bring you down. And that's unfortunate, because you're already down and they're just kicking you down while you're there more. But you have to, as you, the person you are in general, of course, but you too, and me, you have to look at who we are and understand, no, that's not true. And we have to stay strong and resilient. So
I agree. Thank you. You
Yeah.
sound stuffy. You okay? Congested?
I just woke up. Today's my first day of vacation, so I'm
Good for
sleeping
you.
all day. I
Hey.
just staycation, so I literally just woke up like 30 minutes ago.
Good
I mean,
for
I've been
you.
up, but I was like third nap of the day.
I got you. Well, thank you for joining, Cynthia. I am going to wrap it up.
Okay. Well, you have a wonderful evening, and I'm gonna jump down in the chat and argue with them.
Blessings. I appreciate it. Thank you. And for those who joined who are still in the back, I appreciate it. I'm going to wrap up the stream though. I appreciate everyone who joins, everyone who joins in the panel, in the chat. And today was interesting. I don't know who saw what, but I saw an awful lot of negativity being offered my way, and I really don't understand why. Right? I know this is my path. There's not only the negativity though. There's also a lot of bright, loving, and encouraging support, even from the people on the panel who were maybe presented as though they were in moments of pleasure, moments of happiness, gambling, womanizing, drinking, gluttony. I was a part of the world, right? I was a part of the world. I had the illusions of security with a job and benefits and all of this nonsense. But brothers and sisters, we've been deceived, sincerely. The American dream is for those who sleep. If you want to live, you wake up. If you want to wake up, you will seek to know what is real, What is real and what is illusion? What is false? What is true and what is not? What I've been doing, learning in my own search for that right now, baby. Right now is where it's at. You know, there's a lot of question, and we faced on interrogation, and here's where we are, brothers and sisters.
Is that your peace and love? Take it and shove it up your ass.
I've given you respect and admiration, but...
Uncle dear, you've tested my patience like few others.
I'm just not accepting your bullshit. You have been a hindrance
To me, and what you and others have not recognized is the opportunities of working with someone like me.
You motherfuckers want to take me for granted, and you know what? I'm here to play along your stupid fucking monkey games. Can you please shut up? I wanted to move past the fucking arguments. Can you shut the fuck up? I will kill you where you stand.
Gino!
I will give the benefit of the doubt that the inquiries on the future of my home, what are you going to do, Jack? What's the shelter? From Tommy, from Paul, from others. I believe those are coming from a place of care. What is lacking, though, is understanding. There's a clear lack of understanding in my situation today and the goals and my priorities. The property, the money, it's not a priority for me, but I know it is a tool. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not adverse. I'm not averse to that. What I am focused on, though, is the truth. Learning the truth, growing the truth, sharing the truth of what? Brothers and sisters, what I'm trying to share here is the truth of God's love. I used to live this life as me, as an alcoholic and an obedient employee. I lived the life as me without God in my life. A few years ago, 2018 specifically, I turned my direction and changed my priorities, and I sought to know more of God. Since 2018, I mean, this is my story. Like it or not, I'm not complaining. It's just where it's at. Since 2018, I went through a 3-year labor dispute where I had no income and was kind of in this perpetual waiting period and unknown. So I've been learning how to live day by day, moment by moment, learning how to capture the joys, the pleasure, finding the beauty of each moment, each day. And I don't know what the future's going to bring. I truly don't. But I have faith. I have faith in God. I have faith in love. I have faith in the truth of who I am. And I trust at some point God will. It's how it works. It's been my experience, at least. And I don't mean to minimize it or understate it. I could be wrong. But I believe God works through us, moves us. And I trust that someone will be moved. Someone's mind will be moved and heart will be open. It's possible my son is having a child of his own soon. Thought I might have saw evidence of that some months ago. So if that happens, I know he'll go through a shift. And when that shift happens within him, he'll reach out to his old man. And maybe we can find some forgiveness and healing and reunite together, move forward into the future. But my goal is to unite with those who are willing. I am willing to unite with those who are willing to accept me for who I am and what I bring. I'm not just bringing problems either. I'm so sick of focusing on the problems. I would love, tell you what, I'm going to wrap this up, brothers and sisters, future tripping. My hope and my goal for the future is that we have these conversations again, but we focus on the solutions. I am so I look forward to changes and moving away from discussions of the problems and discussing into the solutions and the actions and what are we doing to bring forth the better world? What are you doing? I know what I'm doing. Don't mistake this. Some of my efforts are misunderstood and rejected, but I feel this is a part of trying to share love and light to a world where confusion and darkness have been the rulers. I don't think that's how we're supposed to be. So, brothers and sisters, thank you again. Sincerely, peace for everyone. Choose love and live without fear.
Choose
Thank you all, and God
love,
bless us
brothers
all.
and sisters. Yeah, coming at ya. We're putting a full day today. Putting a full day today, Emmanuel, huh?
I don't know. I had
the did you almost lose it there? Had
Bro,
a few points to the
I had to go grab an Alka-Seltzer at some point.
Listen, anything in life can be used as a practice, right? You know, if you let it be. All of life can be a practice and everything in it if you let it be. Right? So it's about what you make of it. It's how you use it to understand it, right? So fascinating inversion mirroring simulation of consciousness and awareness, and how some folks completely either lack awareness of themselves or think that the rest of us do, so that they could just say and do whatever they want and bullshit everybody. And yeah, life doesn't work that way. Well, it does. You know, you just have to get a lot better at it if you're gonna, fit into those circles and be successful.
There's an interesting dynamic here where like the people choose for you what you're going to be, right? And it's almost tempting to take on that role, right? And say, okay, this is what they want. I'll give them what they want, right? So
like the woman says, I think that's a woman. It's behavioral studies 101. If you think that there's not a little bit of Talcott in everybody, I contend differently. And that's kind of what this is all about, right? If we don't observe ourselves completely and take the harsh criticism, or what seems like harsh criticism, and rise to the occasion, we are going to be our own worst enemy while claiming it's everybody else doing something to us.
Right. It's fascinating indeed.
Fascinating. All right, give me the final words. We're out of here. We put in a full day. I want to thank KCM again. She contributed to me last night. I thanked her earlier in the text, but I want to make sure that I spoke that to her. She said to me, I appreciate what you do. I get value from it, and take Jennifer to a nice place. So I immediately took her right down to Taco Bell, and I filled her tummy. Okay. Not only front ways, but from the back way, if you get my meaning. So yeah, go ahead. Give me the final words, Emmanuel, on this amazing broadcast simulation day.
Yeah, well, it's my turn to start filling some tummies front and backwards, so I better get the hell up out of here myself. That was enough of that. Later, folks. Much love, much love. So you know that I
blessings, brothers and sisters, and peace for everyone. Manuel. All right, he's gone. Thank you, folks. It's a bit dark out here at this point because we are, in fact, at the outdoor command center. Undisclosed location in the wooded mountains. It is peaceful paradise out here, people. All right. I don't want to gloat anymore. It upsets the beta males who are unactualized and unrealized and struggling in their life, but won't cop to it because they want to be seen as famous or important online. So with that said, I will catch you folks back, of course, tomorrow. Why? Because I'm on 7 motherfucking days a week. You can't get rid of me on here. Not now, not yet. We're 500 days straight and counting. 1,000 days of unslavia will continue sometime tomorrow between the 12 and 3 MDT hour, as always. Okay, so look for that. What else can be said here, people? What else can be said? Should I do a little bit of dropping love bombs? Folks, dropping love bombs, huh? Yeah, let me get down there. Get the fuck down there. Take these pants off and get down there. Andy B, much love, much love. G, much love, much love. Scott, much love, much love. I actually, I'm glad that Scott and I reconciled. We had a little breakup there in the beginning. You know, the breakup story. But yeah, he came back around and we reconciled, and he supported me in various ways. Not only with certain numismatic value, shall we say. But he sent me various cures for ailments that he's perceived that I was having. So that's very thoughtful of him. I appreciate him and us and this walk, and many others, right? You folks are a constant inspiration to me and a blessing to me. And I'm honored to show up to do what I do daily and receive the recognition or the reception that I do so often. So that is close to my heart, right? Do not forget that. Do not mistake my countenance at times for a neglecting of that dynamic. That is kind of what makes me at this point, among other things, right? On the lowest level. On the highest level, I guess you could say it's the spirit and truth. On the lowest level, it's the people. You know, if the people got your back, sky's the limit, right? If they lose interest in you because you're non-credible and you don't have integrity, you got a world of hurt coming in this game. So let's stay true to ourselves and each other, true to the purpose and path, and let's surrender the rest, right? We can do the egocentric competition at times to learn from ourselves and each other. And then we got to put it aside. Do better and be better. All right, folks. Mazel from out west. White Gorilla signing off. The Unslaved One. God of all media. Whatever you call me. Doesn't matter. I love you. If you don't love me back, you know what? You can go fuck yourself. I'm out of here, people. If you could take religion and a spiritual process and make somebody activate a part of themselves that they didn't know was there, you got something there. And I think that's all of what we're doing in all ways, is trying to reunite and reactivate those parts of ourselves that we've had cut off or we've had dormant to try to survive in this sick and twisted dynamic. The spiritual practice, right? Certain things like I do here, just meeting with people daily, talking it out, doing a simulation, right? Imagining certain things, maybe a form of meditation, you could argue, will reform the perspective, will reform the way we think and feel and how we act and live if there's truth there that resonates. So that's the modality I prefer, because I think anything else is kind of a shortcut, and really it's just a tool meant for extremes that, you know, even then you still have to come back to your life and learn how to live it. It might just be that everybody should have some experience in their life that takes them out of themselves and it forces them to surrender over to something so they can learn the art of surrender in certain situations. You know, how do we learn to really live and thrive again? Cool to have structure, habit, procedure, process, certain levels of responsibility, accountability that lead to success. How are we going to love again? How are we going to live again? How are we going to thrive and co-create, have community, right? So I see both aspects in self, and I see a lot of those same aspects in others that come forth in these spaces. But again, it's a slippery slope in a world of religious dogmatics, when the other side of that is actual nihilist, infidel, worldly scum who really want a whole population on drugs, right? It's a slippery slope, because one side's going to call you the devil, the other side's going to say, yeah, let's do that, so they can take drugs all day, every day, and claim it to be the all. I can't, that's why I can't support it and promote it, because I know what it will turn into.